We're arguing about the dumbest shit I see, and it divides us. That really, I think, troubles me more than anything in any movement, which this is, which is a beautiful thing to see.
I heard you sent one of them negotiable instruments, you crazy sovereign citizen.
These people ain't smart like us. They're gonna go against you because they don't know anything, because they've been indoctrinated.
You always want to remain in honor. I just want to be left alone, and I don't hurt people, I don't take their stuff, so why are you bothering me with the statutes?
I have a whole presentation on taxes, the entire system, the history, how the Bureau started.
As far as the thin blue line, it is true, and there is some dirt, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying like cops covering cops for like crimes, but I mean it does happen. I've seen it.
I feel so much more confident that everything's going to turn around, and I'm so grateful for Cam for everything that he's done. I know that everything's going to be okay.
We can do a stand-up comedy routine right now.
Come on, Sonny, come on up.
Bring your handcuffs.
Yeah, I didn't really have anything I wanted to say. It was kind of just Cam asked if I wanted to come up and go over like a traffic stop or something. I think but that got my mind thinking just to relay some information from the law enforcement side. And I think I would say, if you get pulled over and, for whatever reason, it's probably in your best interest, for the sake of us knowing a lot more than they know. Does that make sense? So I would approach it, if it were me, energetically. Let's say like bring be firm. I'm not saying don't be firm, but be nice and diplomatic. That way, like, because you don't know what the cop had going on that day. He could have just seen like a dead baby. Who knows? So I would say just approach it diplomatically, energetically. I don't know, maybe like shake the dude's hand. Might not happen. Ask him how his day is. I don't know. I'm just thinking what would diffuse it if I was having a bad day way back when, before I knew all this. And then, yeah, I mean, I really don't have anything planned to say. I just think it's probably in your best interest to approach it not sovereign citizen style you see on the TV, because you do want to go home, and you know what I mean. And then like Joey says, like, take care of it on the back end. Be nice, take your lump, whatever you got to do, but you can have your day in court. Take care of it on the back end. That's what I would do. So eventually, when Sonny turns in his license and all that good stuff, that's how I'm going to approach it. Like, hey, officer, whatever you want. I'm going to keep my rights in mind, but I'm not going to be combative or like, hey, I know this, you don't know this. Because at the end of the day, like if you watch when I was on Brandon's show, cops don't know even like a you-know-what hair of what you know. They get their statute book, and this is the law, and they don't know any better. I mean, I'm not like sticking up for anybody, but I am. They just don't know any. They're normal. We're normal people just like everybody else. We put our pants on the same way. We go to work. We have kids. We have families. You know what I mean?
What's the average income for a police officer in America? I know it varies a bit, but what would be like a range you'd say?
I think starting out at like a podunk state agency nationwide, it's maybe like 50-something thousand. I know like cities are a little, like the city I live in, it's more, but yeah, they're not making any money. They're usually working long hours, doing extra details or whatever. But yeah.
So what is it, like 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, or what's like the average?
It just depends on what agency you're at. Like my agency is 4 days on, 4 days off, 11.5-hour shifts.
11.5 hour? 11
4 days on, 4 days off, consecutive, but your shifts are 11.5 hours. And then, a lot of sheriff departments do like 10-hour days. They work Monday, Tuesday, they'll have Wednesday off. They go to work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. and it rotates. It just depends on what department you're at.
How many people here have seen, raise of hands high so I can actually see them, have seen the show with me and Sonny? Okay, good. So probably around 50%, Sonny. So what are some trigger words that definitely will send the transaction into sovereign citizen land really fast?
I mean, obviously, I'm traveling, and the lingo, and we all know it's in the Constitution and everything, but yeah, cops don't. It's funny because like we know the Constitution, but we don't correlate it with everyday life. It's the oddest thing because it really didn't hit me until maybe like four years ago, kind of when I was getting into this. But you don't really like correlate rights. Like you don't even realize like traffic law is not law. It's the weirdest thing. I wish.
So the number one thing that was commented, because I go through all the comments on the show with me and Sonny, is the shock and awe that people had knowing that the police swear an oath to the Constitution, but they don't know anything about it or the Bill of Rights or what rights people may have, which you have to think too, that's their own rights too. It's kind of creepy. Really, if you think about it, they don't even know their own rights at that point, which is kind of, so like, in a way, they're kind of in the same boat you are. Yeah, they have this additional privileges, I guess, but those privileges can be taken away. Cops go to jail too. So, it's kind of one of those things where it isn't, people think, oh, they're above the law and they're this and that. Yeah, kind of, sort of, I guess, up until a certain point, I guess, you know what I mean? But I think the greater problem is just nobody ever does anything about it. If a bully goes around, let's say there is a bad cop, which I don't think there are very many of them, but let's say there is, the only reason why they can go around and do that shit for years and years and years on end is because nobody ever files a lawsuit or does anything about it. All it takes is one motherfucker.
I don't know. I had an experience where I reported being attacked by a hitchhiker, and I ended up with a bogus concealed weapon charge, and I went through like internal affairs to fight it, and basically like the guy just made excuses for the whole thing, which was totally fucked. Like he basically like threw me in a full Nelson and told me everything would be fine. It was complete bullshit. I ended up getting it all dismissed because I don't cop a plea like a little punk, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. That was an experience I had that doesn't really speak to that.
Yeah, everyone's going to have experiences. I mean, every area is going to be different. I mean, talking with Sonny about his area in Tampa, I remember from our show, we were going over like demographics, we were going over like racism. Sonny was like, yeah, we have like a very diverse, just naturally. It's not like a DEI thing. It didn't seem like a fucking DEI thing. It just seemed like it just kind of naturally was pretty diverse in terms of race. And, he was just like, no, we really just don't have a lot of that kind of racism type stuff going on in our precinct. So, but I know for a fact that's not how LA is. Like I think I was sharing it with him at one point in time or somewhere else. I met a guy. How many of you have heard my story? This is actually really good and important. How many of you guys have heard the story of me talking about that cop, that 30-year cop that works in the helicopter division? Raise your hand. Have you guys heard that story? Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck, I gotta tell this story. This is fucked. Have you heard this story? Did I tell you this one on the show? I forget if I told you this one on the show.
Is it on your page?
So I go into this bar that I was going to a lot for like a short time. I used to read in bars, so I'd just sit there and just read. Everybody thought I was fucking weird. But then I'd get approached by like women and shit. Like, what the fuck you doing reading in a bar? I'm like, I like to read, and I like to drink, and I like girls. It's not that fucking complicated, right? So I'm in this bar, and I'm reading this book, and I'm having a beer, and I'm sitting next to this guy, and he says, hey man, how you doing? Blah, blah, we start talking. He's been in the LAPD for 30 years, or 35 years, something like that, right? And he's in the helicopter division. And I said, what is that, and how does that work? And he said, well, at night, he says, when you pull people over, it's like ultra high risk. And if you want to chime in on anything, you can. I don't know if it's any different or if you have anything else to say. But so what they do is the helicopter guys, they find spots where people getting pulled over, and then they just come up top, and then they just shine a light down to try to like illuminate the area so it's not as fucked up for the officer and unsafe, right? Essentially. And I'm sure they probably do like high-speed chases and stuff too, but it's probably pretty rare, right? He told me the helicopter division is sort of like a retirement sector. It's for people who have been in the force for forever, and it's essentially like a retirement type position, essentially, right? So he told me a story, and I asked him about racism. I said, what's the deal with LAPD? Everyone tells me that they're racist this. And he's like, oh, fuck yeah. Like you wouldn't fucking believe. And I go, really? And he goes, oh yeah, it's a big problem. And he goes on to tell me about, he worked down in the Inglewood area, which is like the hood, whatever you want to call it. And he worked down in that area for many, many years, and he worked with all of the big like drug lords and gang lords down in that area. And he said, Brandon, he said, a lot of those guys are actually a lot different than what you think. A lot of those guys don't want the kids to grow up to be like them. And they actually do have a concern about the area. And they're actually like, when you make a deal with them, they actually usually do follow along with whatever deal, as long as they're willing to do the deal, right? And he said that they had these contracts that they would do with the local gangs and stuff like that. Because I don't know, like, why or whatever, but like the LAPD was basically working with the gangs down there to try to figure out ways that they can kind of work together to solve some of the issues that are down there. And I think it was like 2018 or 19, there was two cops, and they were sitting in a cruiser right outside of a train station in Inglewood. Someone came up to the cruiser, killed them both, and then just walked away. And they didn't even know what happened or anything. It was like a hit, right? And I asked the cop about this. It had just happened at that time. And I said, what the hell happened with that? And he goes, oh, he said, yeah, that was basically like the end of one of those contracts that we had with one of those gangs. And I was like, okay, I guess that's how it works, huh? But it's not like, he didn't make it sound like it was like the cops were working with the gang to like do bad things. It was more like, hey, like, do your shit, but like, don't go in these areas, and like, don't go with the kids, and like, do this with the kids. And it was more like, how do we both work together to like make the community better and not so fucked up, and not like shooting each other in the fucking streets and all this, right? So, and he told me, he told me this story, which I thought was really fucking crazy. He said, I don't know how we got into the conversation, but I said, what's the most fucked up thing you've ever seen in 35 years? And he said, I got an order to go and pick up this dude's kids. And he's like, I got there, I knock on the door, and he opened the door, and he had a gun. And he said, you aren't taking my kids. And this officer, he pulled out his pistol, and he said, put it down 6 times. And the guy would not put the pistol down at all, right? And I remember asking the cop, I said, what did his face look like? What did his eyes look like? And he like started crying, and he said, the guy knew he was going to die. He knew he was going to die. And so, I don't know, 2-3 rounds in the chest, and the guy died. He told him 6 fucking times to put the gun down. He would not put it down. He shot the guy, he killed the guy. And he said, why do you think I'm in the bar every night drinking myself to death? That's what the cop said to me. He said, every night when I go to bed, I dream, I have nightmares, I don't sleep. I have nightmares, I see his face. Fucking crazy, right? And it just goes to show you, it's like, talking to this cop and listening to these things, it's just like fucking crazy. It's like, these people are not that much different, and you know, and like the amount of incompetency is the same with it's worse with the fucking lawyers, really. If you want to know, if I had to choose between a cop and a lawyer, give me a fucking bunch of cops any day of the week, honestly. I mean, hell, I'd rather, I don't know, I mean, gosh, unpoisonous snakes versus fucking lawyers. I'd probably pick the unpoisonous snakes. You know, poisonous, no. You know what I mean? Then finally, finally the bar cards win, okay? But unpoisonous snakes, I think I'd rather go with the snakes. Okay, so yeah, that's all. That's all I wanted to say. I think I talk about that in the show with Sonny. But yeah, I thought that was a really impactful conversation that I had with that cop, and it just kind of goes to show you that you don't know what people are dealing with, man. You never really know what people are dealing with. You never really know what people are struggling with, and I just think it's a good thing for us not to broadly and generally label people or each other or whatever, except bar cards. Fuck them.
Even cops don't like attorneys.
Thank God. Hey, we've got something in common. Look at that. Woo! That's beautiful. Yeah, dude, honestly, fuck, man, I don't even know. Like, if I had to choose between, like, just complete fucking domination by the cops and they could just do literally whatever the fuck they wanted compared to a world run by bar cards, I'd probably pick the cops, honestly. I don't know. That's a tough question. Anyways, this guy was raising his hand for a while. I'm going to give him the mic for just a second.
I just wanted to say that I did go up and talk to Sonny, and I'm glad that he's here. I guess.
Oh, thank you.
I guess that we had met some years back at one of these similar type functions. But he told me what department he's with, and he's with the police. But my question is for Sonny, the thin blue line. What is your position on that? Cops covering for corrupt cops.
Good question. Yeah, I mean, I think there's truth to it because I've seen it. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie and say there's not bad cops, but so just think of it in maybe another profession. You work with a group of guys on a squad, and you guys are together 40, 50 hours a week, and that's kind of like you're almost with them more than your family. So, and I'm not saying like cops covering cops for like crimes, but I mean it does happen. I've seen it. But I'm thinking more in the general sense of like the thin blue line, like cops do look out after cops, like more in a family-oriented type of way, not like, hey, let me cover up your dirtiness at work. It's more of like, like, I don't know, hey, you need a couple bucks or, yeah, no, not like, yeah, I can say, and I don't know about other agencies, but if you get in trouble with my agency, like your ass will get canned quick. But no, but as far as the thin blue line, it is true, and there is some dirt, I'm not gonna lie, but I would say the thin blue line is more of like kind of just looking after your brother or your sister and, even outside of work, you know what I mean? Because the job is kind of traumatizing, I'm not gonna lie, like it's not your average job. I mean, the majority of it's paperwork, but you're gonna run across some like heart-wrenching, gruesome shit, so that you can't really wipe out of your brain. So, but so you do have to, like, in any profession, I would imagine. I mean, I don't really have an example, but you just try to like look out for each other. You know what I mean? Because cops don't talk. They don't want to go to therapy. They don't want to meditate. They don't want to do any of that stuff. So
let me say one thing on this. So let's say let's give an example. So let's say I'm a cop. And let's say I have 2 little babies that I love more than anything in the world. Like fucking Cam loves his fucking kids more than anything in the fucking world, right? So let's say we got something like that. And I've talked to a few of you in here as well who are in the same boat, who have some family court-related issues. Let's say you're pulling somebody over and somehow you see a bunch of fucking child porn. I'm just giving an extreme example. And let's say you find some, or there's something there's something fucked up, or there's an abused woman who's in the passenger seat who's very young. You don't know why she's there. She looks very like cowed, like almost like she's like, not doing well at all, and it's probably could be related to the guy. And the thing is that maybe you react or something, and then you grab evidence or you seize evidence without a search warrant. And then you look at the evidence, and then you wind up finding something horrible like child porn or whatever. And if the guy who's with you doesn't lie and say that you didn't break a search warrant to get that evidence, and if he doesn't lie for you, then the child molester walks tomorrow. You see that in the movies, you see that in the TV shows. Have you ever experienced anything like that, Sonny, where it was like you knew that this cocksucking, it wasn't just like you were upset, but you knew this cocksucking piece of shit, and if someone didn't cover for you, that fucking cocksucker was gonna walk and he was gonna hurt somebody else?
I've never personally been involved in anything like that, where somebody's had to like cover for me. It might be more of maybe somebody loses their cool in a situation like that, and maybe like, you arrest some guy who's in the hotel room with, some underage girl is missing out of another state, and you know what I mean? And then like, this is just an example, but like maybe the guy got roughed up or something. You know what I mean? Like during the arrest, because it's like, maybe your partner or somebody on the squad's pissed off because like you got this grown man with this underage missing girl, and it's sex trafficking, and it's just.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's always excused. I'm just saying people, there's probably more of a discussion that has to take place. It's probably more, and who's the ultimate creator of law? It's us, right? So if we're upset about the fact that people can't delineate where these lines are, well, we should probably get more involved in helping to delineate those lines. That makes sense to me. Nobody in the public is involved with legislation. Nobody wants to have anything to do with the legal system or judges or legislation. No wonder it's a fucking runaway disaster fucking train. Anyways, there's a couple hands raised.
Hey, Sonny, thanks for being here. I got pulled over one time. It was a night. I was doing 43 and a 45. Cop pulled me over. Exactly. And so when the cop pulled me over, I haven't been pulled over in a long time, but I had one of my friends, one of my best friends, his sister works at the Abilene Police Department. And she said that when you get pulled over, especially at night, turn your car off, put your keys on the dash, put your hands at 10 and 2, and have the window down. And she was saying that as like a way to do things to minimize anything that the officer might have to worry about. And I had heard also, right? And I had heard also to turn my cab light on. And I keep my car pretty clean too, so they can look in and they can see that there may not be anything hidden, right? And it was just me. And this police officer comes up, so I did all the stuff. So I'm trying to minimize all whatever the officer might have to worry about. But I was kind of confused as to why I'm being pulled over in the first place. And the officer starts asking me questions, and he really wouldn't tell me why I was pulled over. And he starts checking everything on my car, like the headlights, the tail lights, the license plate lights, the VIN number, then my registration, my insurance. He's going I'm like, what? Do I match the description? It was a Sunday night at 9:00, and I just went down to the gas station to get a soda or something, right? And I'm like, what is going on? And so I'm trying to ask this officer. And earlier Brandon said, what are some trigger words that could put you into sovereign citizen territory or land? That was funny. I have the opposite question is there anything I can do or maybe say that might actually build better rapport? Because I'm trying to chat the cop up and ask him questions and let him do his job at the same time. But there was one point where he had a little device that looked like a phone, and I kind of glanced over, and it looked like a cell phone, but it looked like maybe it was issued to him or something because it had extra stuff on it. And I kind of glanced over at it, but it had a profile of me. It looked like a web page. And I was like, I don't know what that is. And then he asked me for my phone number. And this is 6 years ago. I didn't know any of this stuff. So I was like, oh, sure. But at the same time, I'm like, if he's asking me for my phone number, it must not be in the system. And so immediately red flags are going off, but I'm like, what if I don't give it to him? I was in the state of fear, or what if, and also I'm a very compliant person.
So wait, where was this again?
This was in where I live in Benbrook, Texas. It's just west of Fort Worth.
That department must have a big budget, because I have no idea what the hell what you're talking about.
He put my phone number in his little device, and I could see that it looked like a web page of some sort with my address and I was like, I don't know at this point though, this guy was not giving me any he wasn't giving me any into having a rapport with him. And I just kept in my mind, I was like, what can I say to this officer that would have him give me any sort of good response? And I was going to ask you if, like, we run into an officer that doesn't want any part of a conversation, that could be having a bad day, are there words, like trigger words on the good side, though, words that would, like, if you run into an officer like that, is there any advice you might have to give us when they're giving us all, we don't want to deal with you, we're pulling you over, we're not telling you why, etc.?
So from what you're explaining, it sounds like they're looking for a specific type of car or something, and it sounds like you kind of matched what they might have been looking for, and he was on high alert. I'm just giving you my, couch quarterback. I'm not even going to pretend to know. I'm just giving you a guess. But that doesn't really make sense to me, but it just sounds like you matched something that they were looking for, and they were just verifying all the information for him to either confirm that you're not who he's looking for or to confirm you are who he's looking for. But obviously you weren't. But does that make sense? So it sounds like you did everything right. It's just he was hyper-focused on making sure or verifying something. That's what it sounds like to me.
I asked my friend's sister, who's a police officer in Abilene again, and she said, it sounds like he was bored.
And that could be the case too. I don't. Maybe he's fresh out. I don't know.
It's the same thing if you're working at a fucking office job and you got to deal with people all the time. I mean, maybe there's a couple Tuesdays where you just want to have a shot of whiskey and fucking go to sleep in the bathroom. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I would say, like, it sounds like you did everything right. It's like you don't want to be too chatty because, like, the officer mindset is like, oh, this guy's like covering for something or he's trying to distract me from something. But then, like, you do want to be personable. I don't know. That's why I said in the beginning, you kind of want to, like, feel out the situation, be diplomatic, be firm, come at it from, like, a tactical, like a spiritually tactical mindset. Feel out the situation. It seems like everybody here who I've met knows what I'm talking about. Like, every situation is going to be different. You get an asshole, you might get a really nice, you could, not that I do traffic stops, but you could have got me, you know what I mean? So it just depends on the situation, but I think the 3 pillars are, I'm using your stuff, just diplomatic and firm, but don't like I think Joey said, like, if the cop's like, hey, can you step out of the car can you step out for a minute? So me personally, I would step out. Now, that's not what I'm telling you to do, because it's your right not to. I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna take care of it on the back end when I need to. So my point is just comply, because, like, you're not doing anything. So just, for me, don't do what I do. If you want to, do it, but step out, be compliant, but be firm. Because obviously, if they ask me to, like, search my car, I'm gonna be like, no, even though I don't have anything in there. But so I'm gonna exercise my, you know what I mean? Go ahead, bring the dog. I'll wait. It'll all just go on the back end in court. So. Yep. And good point. And everything's recorded. So you have the body cam. It might take a while to get it, like one of the guys here, but have your own recording device. Listen, it's all going to take, as long as you're just come across as not a threat. And so to give the officer the warm and fuzzies, in my opinion, it's going to go fine. It's when you start like, no, you start spouting off all your knowledge and stuff, and the guy has no clue what you're fucking talking about. So just keep that shit to yourself. Use it on the back end. Smile.
Don't act like Brandon.
Go home.
No. Yeah, don't act like me. I'm a solver. No, I'm just kidding. I had a one thing I wanted to say on that really quick too is I have a guy. I actually did a show with him. The guy, what's his name? The Thor-looking dude that I did the show with, talking about his getting pulled over and all that. I forget his name. Captain Taylor Morgan. Good guy, interesting guy. Fuck. So he went to court for one of his traffic stops. He got a jury trial, And the jury found him guilty because he's acting like a fucking crazy person. So keep in mind, you have the right to a jury. So it's almost like, you can almost think of it like you're doing a television show. And the body cam footage and your footage and everything is going to be seen by a jury, possibly, eventually. That's a whole nother massive subject, because state citizens have the right to be tried by a jury of their peers. U.S. citizens absolutely do not. So that's a whole nother story we're not going to get into right now. But my point is that if you do wind up like Captain Taylor Morgan winding up being tried by a jury of your peers, they don't understand any of this. All they see is some handsome fella who looks like Thor, who's acting fucking like a crazy sovereign citizen lunatic piece of shit, and they just find you guilty. So they don't understand anything from any direction. But if you're standing there and you're kind and you're offering a handshake and you're doing this and you're, may I ask a question, sir? Yes, sir. No, sir. I do not consent to any searches and seizures, not because I'm hiding anything, but just I enjoy the feeling of flexing my rights and my muscles. It feels good, sort of like going to the gym. I'm getting a dopamine blast just talking to you about it. These are the kind of things, I'm just kind of thinking out of my ass. But then the body cam and the footage and everything, if it does go to a jury, you look like, then you get the jury laughing even, you know what I mean? And then bang, there you go. And it's funny, I never really thought about that much until Captain Taylor Morgan wound up losing his case. And he wound up getting like probation or something. He didn't get much out of it. So, he went all the way, and he was nervous, and he could have gone to prison, and they were telling him, oh, you can go to prison and all this, and he wound up just getting, he was cool though. So during the proceedings, he was like, look, this whole thing's been very humbling. I understand, like that I was kind of acting a fool and like this and that. And like, he really did believe that because he was pretty wild in the video. It was a different video. It wasn't the same video him and I went over in the show. It was a different one. And he was acting like, even me, I was like, Jesus Christ, bro, like chill. So keep that in mind. And then real quick, this guy's had his hand up for a while. I want to hit him real quick.
Thank you. I guess this is a position that's not mine. It's not my country, it's your country. The thing that I'm encouraged about with the things that you guys are talking about is that if nobody knows the law, like police and all that sort of stuff, then you guys are going to be the ones that are responsible to create a new country. If you know the law and you're able to create case law and all the rest, like Joey was talking about, and Brandon and all the rest, it's your duty to create the country you want. My question, because I watch Marvel movies and all the rest, is vigilantes. I wonder, I got no dog in this fight, I wonder if there's a place for vigilantism in America. And I noticed that what do we call them now? Negroes, police, US citizens, Negroes, police, clerks of the property, not sheriffs, not constitutional sheriffs, but police, they have a big problem with vigilantes. And often the vigilante will be made out to be the bad guy, and the child molester or pedo or whatever gets off. So I just wonder, from your perspective, from a law enforcement, how do you feel about vigilantes, about citizens acting as militias, Texans manning the border with weapons to keep out fentanyl if the police won't do it or ICE won't do it or whatever? What's your feeling about citizens, not US citizens, but state citizens, protecting their own damn country?
So my lens is now is like, I'm a 100% constitutionalist, so I'm on board with, is in a context of not getting crazy about it, if that makes sense. So like, if a militia in Texas wants to go down and enforce the border because nobody is, I'm on board with that, as long as it's done right. I think it has to be done right. When I say like, somebody's running across, you don't just like shoot them or something. You understand what I'm saying? But if you're exercising your constitutional rights and God-given rights. I don't even want to say constitutional because that's just the contract. But anyways, I'm on board with it as far as that. But vigilantism, like, I don't know. I think that's a case-by-case basis. But I think if it doesn't align with, do no harm to others, or even if someone commits a heinous crime, I mean, I get the emotional part of it, like, hey, let's go lynch this guy who, raped a 10-year-old. But like in a society of the people, I think things do have, you have to have a trial and et cetera, et cetera. So I think you do have to go through the motions. Does that make sense? Am I answering your question?
What we're going to do is we're going to do Cam and Sonny are going to do something now, and then hold your questions, because, frankly, I think after this and with him, it's actually going to be better for a lot of these traffic and driving related questions. So here we go. I'm going to give it up to Cam right now.
Okay, so what I want to do with you is like a traffic stop. I'm going to run through some of these do's and don'ts real quick. So I want y'all to remember that an officer is required to read you your rights before questioning or searching you if they have placed you into a custodial arrest. It's number one. They have to read them. If they don't, it's going to get suppressed. So on our first night, Friday night, we had 2 Operation Wisdom members that went to court. Sarah went to court. She had a jurisdictional hearing. She had part of her motions granted in relation to a prejudice and bias. So we got a 211 disqualification of the judge because the judge in an order stated that she was a sovereign citizen. So boom, that judge is gone. We got that granted. Then my other boy, Hayden, he had caught in a DUI out of Florida. And all we really utilized was a certain statutes like 316 or something like that in relation to that if you swerve, right, that and there's nobody in the way of the swerving, so you didn't put anybody in harm or threaten them in any manner, that you can't pull somebody over just for swerving. So he went to court on Friday, had an evidentiary hearing. He questioned the officer, deposed him for an hour, and when they got done with that, the judge literally said that everything from the point of when the cop came up and shined the flashlight has to be suppressed. So we're out here winning like constantly now. We're getting a lot of good plays with all of our people in Operation Wisdom, and you can check that out too. You just got to go to Hayden DUI Florida. You'll see everything about him. So you can utilize that if you ever had any situations like that. So then, before we even get into this, I got to make some announcements. Sorry. See, I'm all over the place. All right, so what I did is I gave y'all access to Discord on Operation Wisdom for free. And I don't like to hella charge people. I'm not about that. So I just asked if y'all want to truly be part of Operation Wisdom all the way, maybe you can give a donation. We have a donation type system set up. If you don't have it, that's fine. But if you feel it in your heart and you find the value, please do so. And then we also have our traffic law reform. I don't know if y'all have seen this or not, but we currently have a petition right now with over 1,400 signatures. And what we're going to do, because we're having all this autonomous driving and everything happening, we have all these deaths that are occurring all over our nation, like I've been talking about. We're moving for a petition to kind of go in this aspect here, which is New Hampshire. So what I want to touch base on right here is this is a bill actually that was introduced in New Hampshire, and it actually passed on the lower level. So you'll see right here. We have 262 yays to 68 nays. It passed. It went to the next level. So what's really cool about this is the aspect that what you'll notice is that this House bill, I guess I'll just read just a second of it, but this bill restates the right to travel and requires the Department of Safety to provide at no cost to all non-commercial automobile and non-commercial conveyance owners a decal and identification card that state the holder is exempt from registering his or her automobile or other private conveyance under the superior authority of RSA 382-A, and it says 9-109. Does anybody know what 9-109 means? Or what it entails? Anything? It's a UCC. Does anybody know anything else about that specific code? No? Okay. It pretty much determines that your car, your automobile, is a household good. It's a household good. You need to understand that. It's very important. There are a lot of things in this world that they try to tell us we're required to have licenses and things for, but you're not looking in the right places to understand that you really don't. And you can utilize their own codes against them. That's what we do. Again, this is 9-109 of the Uniform Commercial Code, which provides exemptions for non-taxable consumer goods and household goods. This bill also repeals requirements for certain travelers or drivers to acquire non-commercial driver's licenses. None of you here need a driver's license. You can keep a driver's license, no problem, if you don't want to have no problems. But what I'm stating is the fact that even if you're on the road and you have a driver's license, it's all about how you are operating on the road at said time, okay? Let's see what else we got here I want to make an announcement on. So we got that traffic law reform. If y'all want to sign that, that's on the website as well. I hope I didn't delete that. Okay. All right, I want to do one thing for my daughter real quick, if that's okay with y'all. She's about to turn 8. I want y'all to just say happy birthday to her, if that's okay. Can y'all do that? All right, y'all ready? Go. Her name is Luna. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. Happy birthday, Luna! Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. My baby gonna love that. She going, oh my God. Okay. Let's see. So don't ever answer an officer's questions. You have the right to remain silent, so use it. Just shut the fuck up. Say I reserve all rights, including my right to remain silent. Right? They have to have a warrant. We forget that the Constitution states, which they're bound to abide by, you know, that they have to have a warrant. What are some requirements of a warrantless arrest? Anybody know? Do you know? What are the requirements of a warrantless arrest? I think we spoke on it yesterday a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's probable cause.
Probable cause, gross misdemeanor or felony. Gross. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Do remember to roll up all of your windows. Don't ever roll down more than one window at a time because the air gust will blow through if you got some smelly shit in there like I always do. Don't ever provide an officer with any documents other information that they demand. Why? Because they need a warrant. You can be private at all times, and until they, you see what I'm saying? They have to have a warrant. We had one lady, Kimberly. Kimberly just recently was with her boy John. He had a warrant. This was like 2 weeks ago. He had a warrant. They were scoping them from their house, waiting for them to leave. They literally got pulled over and waited 2.5 hours in their car for them to get a warrant. Just wait it out. Let them get a warrant, or let them violate you. Either way, I don't know. I like to let them violate me. That's more money. He says don't. I say do. It's more money. I think what we have to understand is kids you may have young kids, but I think we shelter our kids too much these days anyways. I really do. I think kids really need to experience what's going on, because if they see what's going on, I don't think it's going to be so traumatic if the parent is there to be able to educate the kids on what kind of things need change, right? So I think standing up for your rights is more important than something that you can explain away later with your children and show them that, you know, I'm trying to instill change in our country. I think that's more powerful. Let's see. Officers will almost always insist that you're not under custodial arrest, but that's a lie. Anytime you're detained, when you don't want to be, that's an arrest, okay? Let's see what else we got here. Okay, legal equations. Are you ready? Go ahead and pull me over, bro. Show me what it's like to get pulled over by you. Whoop, whoop. Come up to the car and let's do it.
This feels so corny.
Chill.
All right, I'm gonna go along. Yeah.
Fuck these windows.
But for the record, I've never busted anybody's windows out.
That's good. No chairs. We're good.
Okay, so anyways, yeah. So I'd walk up to the car and say, you know, how you doing, sir? If I could just get your, I mean, I don't say everything. I just say, can I just get your driving information? That's what I say.
Sorry, is your window down or up?
My window is cracked like this bit much. Yeah, it's like that much.
Why not fully up?
I want them to hear me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would just ask for your driving information.
Okay, we'll do it like you normally would.
Okay. Like I said, it's corny. I feel weird doing this.
It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay.
License, registration, and proof of insurance, please.
Okay. For the record, may I get your name and badge number, please?
Pharaoh 232.
Okay. Officer who?
Pharaoh.
Officer Pharaoh. Is there a recording being made of this encounter?
There is.
Okay. Is that recording comprised of both audio and video? Now, act normally now, because you're probably not going to answer all these questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you relatively certain that your recording equipment is functioning properly for the purposes of making this recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, if I could just get your information, that'd be great.
Excuse me, we're not there yet. Is your body, microphone, and camera, if any, turned on and functioning properly to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Okay, so Officer Farrow, what is the emergency and how can I help?
I'm already annoyed, so I'm pulling you out.
These windows about to get fucking busted right now. I swear to God. These windows are done ASAP.
All right, I'm sorry. What was the next line?
Okay. Officer Farrow, what is the emergency and how can I help?
You committed, you didn't use your turn signal at that last turn.
Okay, so again, what is the emergency and how can I help you?
There's no emergency, but if I can get your driving information, that'd be great.
All right, we're not there yet. Officer Farrow, what facts or information are you alleging that gave you probable cause to even stop and accost me?
This is gonna totally piss off.
I know, he's pissed.
Holy
he's
shit.
already pissed. Come on, I'm amping it up.
Yeah,
I'm building the record for my civil suit.
I'm not even in the game, and I just want to go sit back down. But anyways, sir, if I could just get your driving information, I'll get you on your way.
Officer Farrow, I do understand, but we're not there yet. So what facts and information are you alleging that gave you probable cause to stop and accost me?
I told you what traffic infraction you committed, so therefore, by state law, I am able to get your driving information. And yes, you are being detained right now for a traffic infraction.
Fair enough. Officer Farrow, what facts or information... excuse me. Officer Farrow, do you have a properly signed and issued warrant authorizing you to search me and or my property?
No.
Tough. That's a tough one. That's on the record. Okay? Officer Farrow, do you have a properly signed and issued warrant of arrest that accurately describes or names me as the person to be arrested?
Sir, can you please step out of the vehicle? But I'm telling you, that's
that
a
is
very...
right. That's the next thing.
That's a very...
So this is what I'm going to say next. Wait, no. This is what I'm going to say next. I'm going to say, I'm not stepping out of my vehicle.
No, hold on. Why? I just want to ask him, can you talk about why? Like, what?
Well, so in the state of Florida, there's a thing called... it's like impeding an investigation. It's resisting without violence. So therefore... It's in general term obstruction. Depends on what state you're in. So under our statute, it's resisting without violence. So at that point, the officer is going to believe that, okay, now I am conducting this traffic stop. Now, if the officer is smart, he's probably just going to I probably already have you identified before I even pulled you over. So I'm just going to go like, okay, sir, I'll be right back. And I'm going to go print out whatever I observed, and I'm probably just going to hand you your citation on the way. But for the sake of this, I don't have a warrant, and if I could just, again, get your driving information.
Well, currently, sir, I'm not driving, but what I will say is, for the record, I am not operating in a for-hire capacity by engaging in any form of transportation or other commercial use of the highways. Officer Farrow, please acknowledge that you have so been informed.
Okay, sovereign citizen.
The sovereignist of the land. I'm letting you know right now, that's me. So, Officer Farrow, am I under custodial arrest?
You are not.
Oh, really? Okay. If I am not under custodial arrest, then am I free to go?
You're free once I give you your citation.
Okay, so am I free to go?
Let me get your citation, and then you will be free to go after that.
Let that reflect on the record. Officer Farrow, what is the articulable probable cause that leads you to believe that I have committed or am about to commit a crime that authorizes you to stop, detain, or arrest me?
You did not commit a crime. You committed a traffic infraction, but in the state of Florida, you are being detained for that traffic infraction.
Now, what's pretty interesting about what he just said is that's not a crime. Most of these officers will not do that. Actually, in fact, on March 3rd, I literally had a sergeant come up to me when I asked him in the back of the car, and I said, hey, man, what is the definition of a crime? Does anybody know? What did he say?
It's always funny because the victim is society.
Well, wait. This officer said, I said, what's the definition of a crime? He says, a crime. Or violation of a traffic stop. Like, you can't define crime by using the same word, crime. Like, bro, wake up. Okay, like, come on now. Okay, so, Officer Farrow, in order to protect my rights and not waive any by error or accident, I wish to clarify my legal understanding of the situation.
Quick question. What is the police officer's ID
That's a good question. That is a good question. Or is there in y'all's?
Yeah, so if I have you detained, my state allows me to detain you if I have a reason to. It's kind of like I have a reasonable suspicion. That's the term. To believe that a crime has occurred, is going to occur, or already has occurred. So that's reasonable suspicion. But in the state of Florida, if it's a traffic infraction, you have basically, I don't need probable cause to pull you over. I need reasonable suspicion to pull you over to believe a traffic infraction has been committed. So yes, there is a difference. So detained is hey, I think something happened here, and I'm trying to gather facts about what I think has happened.
Sonny, is there a length of time that a person can be detained?
Yes.
So,
I think it's 20 minutes in Indiana.
No, 15.
so I believe I gotta be honest. I don't know the Florida statute, but I know like policy-wise, depending on department, I think the term is like reasonable. If that so yeah. So, and that's the point. Yes. Essentially, yes.
Well, no, but they should know just due to the fact that the Supreme Court has already stated that extending a stop just a de minimis amount of time beyond what is reasonable to actually effectuate the purpose of the stop is a Fourth Amendment violation. So with all these extra questions that they're doing, if they're extending it by just even a little bit, that's a Fourth Amendment violation straight up. Like, we just got a ruling on that. I think I read that to y'all yesterday. Just came out March 25th, okay? Where are we at right here? Okay, so you have said that I am not free to go, so I must conclude that I am in a custodial arrest and not simply an investigative detention. Therefore, I am invoking all of my fundamental protected rights, including my right to remain silent and my right to assistance of counsel. That means a friend, co-counsel, anything. From this point forward, I do not consent to providing. Man, I really want to find this for them. Can y'all give me two? You want to ask the question real quick? I really want to show y'all a real example of this.
Let me ask a question.
Okay. Yeah, I have to find this for y'all. It's too important.
What kind of experience what kind of experience or training are you guys given for people who may have or say that they have diplomatic immunity?
No, there is. There's legal bulletins that come out that are pretty extensive, but and then there's just guidelines. So, and I don't know it verbatim, but it's essentially like for like a traffic infraction. Essentially, you don't mess with them unless there's some egregious crime that happened.
But how do you, any dumb fuck on the side of the road, any crazy crack-headed piece of shit can say they have diplomatic immunity.
But here's the thing, like I don't have a mechanism to know your status, as crazy as that sounds.
So anybody can say? Yeah.
So is the license plate?
Whoa! Are you serious?
Just the license?
Yes, serious.
We did not go over that on the show. Wow.
All right, cut the cameras.
No, I know. So, okay.
Let's create a
Wow. Okay.
I'm just saying, if you spurt off like, "Hey, I'm a diplomat," and blah 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 blah, the officer's gonna be like, "Okay." Now,
if there's pot smoke rolling out of the side of your 1999 Acura Sentra, and the sides all smashed in, and there's a fucking bumper sticker on it, how's that going to go over if I say I have diplomatic immunity?
yeah, not good. But I take that back. So if it's, it'll come up if it's like some other country, like I'm talking like a real head honcho. Does that make sense? Not just like the average, picklitarian. It's not going to come up. But like, but then you would have to make some phone calls to verify. Like if it's some dude that looks like he's the Chancellor of Germany or something, you're going to make a couple phone calls to try to get it verified. But other than that, the average picklitarian, no, it's not gonna pop up and be like, "Oh, they got diplomatic immunity. Have a nice day."
Now, from your experience in 19 years, how many of those sorts of encounters have you personally experienced? Any level of diplomatic immunity or anything like that?
You know, maybe a handful. It's so long ago. Usually around like, Busch Gardens, you get all the crazy like international driver's license, the certain kind of diplomat passports, and in which case I was always like, and I know you didn't ask for my perspective. I knew there was bigger fish to fry, so I would just be like, all right, yeah.
So that's almost everything I hear from almost everybody is just.
Or if you don't speak English either, I kind of just.
I want to get this girl. I want to get this girl's question earlier, who I shut down.
I'm sorry.
Can we get your question now? Let's do it.
All right. So I'm St. Petersburg, by the way. Curious about putting together something like Coffee with a Cop. So I'm in the kratom business, and we did
My
this.
department has that, actually. But go ahead. Sorry.
Perfect. So that's what I'm asking is us all here. Would you guys or would the police be open to us even having a meeting like that about this? About State National, about, are they even open to it?
100%. I believe so.
And how would we approach it, though? So we're not the crazy sovereign.
That's the $1 million question is how do you even... Yeah.
Okay.
That's the big question.
A lot of you guys are frankly just overzealous and you underinformed, frankly. Just to be extremely fucking blunt and just crush your souls into dust. You're underinformed and overzealous. So if you just chill out a little bit and make it kind of fun and maybe make some laughs and just kind of bring the tone down just a little bit, which I know is a little bit difficult because you guys are excited. It's super good. It's a good thing. It's just you have to bridge the gap with people. And when you're through the roof and you're saying 450,000 things at 495,000 miles an hour at 490,000 degrees Kelvin, it can be a bit much for most people. Seriously. Okay? And then I'm going to give the mic back to her.
Okay, so what I want to show you is the next segment of what I was just reading to y'all, but I want to show y'all from one of our Operation Wise Dome members. This dude's name is Scott Stackel. He was up in Washington. He got pulled over by Pierce County Sheriff's Office, and it's pretty crazy because this one 60-second reel got viewed 5.2 million, 5.2 million. Let me see if it works. Okay.
516. In order to protect my rights and not waive any by error or accident, I wish to clarify my legal understanding of this situation. Okay. You said that I am not free to go. Yep. So I must conclude that I am under custodial arrest and not simply an investigative detention. Therefore, I'm invoking all of my fundamentally protected rights, including my right to remain silent and my right to assistance of counsel. Sure. From this point forward, I do not consent to providing you with any information or documents that could or will be used against me in a court of law or can possibly incriminate me. So please do not ask me to produce anything and give it to me. Absolutely. From this point forward, please do not ask me to answer any questions or perform any tests relating to any matter whatsoever without my attorney present. Officer Gates,
you didn't want to say that.
Harm, injure, or punish me by any method of assault, arrest, or incarceration because I invoke these fundamentally protected rights.
Right? It's pretty amazing, right? It's pretty amazing that the cops are sitting here being like, no, I'm not going to pull you out. I'm not going to violate your rights.
That's a good cop.
It's a good cop.
He knows his boundaries.
Yeah, and that's important. That's what we're trying to bridge. So I just kind of wanted to show that aspect. I don't want to go through the whole transcript right now as far as the traffic law reform, but I did want to show y'all at least those aspects and see how do you feel about aspects like that? Like, is that something like you would do, or are you more of, or is your department more of like, we're going to break windows?
I think everybody knows the answer to that.
They're breaking windows? No. Okay, sorry.
As long as they aren't too dark of tint.
Okay.
So the angriest guy, would he have broken the window? Would he have got him out? The angriest guy, would he have got him out if he did all that shit?
Somewhere.
I mean, yeah, somewhere in America.
Because I'm already angry with him.
Yeah.
Why? What'd I do to you? I'm just standing on my liberties.
But Cam, you see what I mean, though? And I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. Yeah. I'm just saying, like...
Well, that's why it has this big red letters right here that says, warning, be prepared for the officer to do or threaten precisely that. Break your fucking window. You know what I'm saying? Or threatening you with all kind of manner of unpleasantries. So this guy that actually wrote this is named Eddie Craig. Has anybody here heard of Eddie Craig? Yeah. So Eddie Craig is amazing. He came on our show. We did a whole 8-hour session for free. He used to be a Texas State Trooper. And he wrote all this to empower us. He was going to make it, but apparently he has 8 dogs that he can't leave. So he couldn't make it for our event. Go ahead, Papa.
You also need to take in consideration these officers are on the side of the road where you have vehicles coming through. He wants to get in and out of there as quickly as they can as well. So, and also in the question of how long does it take? Well, if you're slowly reading off a checklist, if you slowly read off the checklist, it's going to take longer. So take that in consideration.
Well, I was just going to say, if y'all want that script, you can go to tinyurl, tinyurl.com, okay? And then it's transpo, so transpo script. Script. I believe that's right. Let me check just one more time. Yep, transpo script. Does anybody else have any more questions for Sunny right now? Yeah, I'll come around. Let's do it.
Real quick, I want to get her second one real quick. Can we get her second one real quick?
No, hold on, we'll get to it. We'll get to it, Brandon. Go ahead, Papa.
Do y'all have any quotas that y'all have to meet as police officers that held y'all up from, say, special appointments like SWAT, things like that? I know I've had some friends.
No, and I think I went over this, and I talked to a couple people here, but there's no quotas, but and I'm just speaking for my department, but you know you're not expected to be working an 11.5-hour shift and sitting under a tree. Does that make sense? Like, hey, work. We're not saying give us 10 tickets or whatever, but work. Because, I mean, and this isn't, I'm not advocating for anything, but my specific department, yeah, it has bad elements, but for the most part, it is community-based. And it's like, we do have a mission of, hey, let's try to make the community, especially in the rough spots, a little bit better for the people that live there. And I'm not just saying that to cap, like, oh, my department's so great, but, I mean, that really is one of the missions, and a lot of guys really, they go to work for that. It sounds corny, but they do.
I was curious on the diplomat side, having the sworn affidavit for the Amnesty Coalition, what that would be worth, and also additionally having diplomatic style plates without a DOT number. Like how could that go over? Maybe one without the other and then both together?
I can answer that for you. Next question.
No, they're
I'll
not.
have the diplomat cards ready to go here pretty soon. We're just working on the last few things. They're going to have special passport numbers on them. They're going to have a whole bunch of stuff. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and just pass this fucker around. We're going to start at the front. You guys can pass this thing all the way around the whole goddamn room. That's going to answer a lot of the questions. You're going to put our passport numbers on? Just look at it when it comes around the room. So, next person for questions.
Just real quick, I'm gonna come right back. I just want to point something out. All right, so what we got going on right here is what y'all notice is this is what's called a notice of liability in common law. What is one of the most important things that you can do to protect yourself? Does anybody know? Notice. So important. Why is that? They got to rebut that shit. They got presumptions and assumptions that must be rebutted. You got to rebut that shit. Or you're just like all 99, you're like the rest of the 99% of people out there. So what we do is you can go to my YouTube now, and you can see me doing it with several chiefs, several lieutenants. I do it with everybody, and nobody rejects my notice of liability, ever. They always file it and give it back, okay? So if y'all want this, y'all can come into the Discord, and we'll give you this as well. You got to have it notarized, okay? But we go up and serve them wherever I'm traveling. It's nice because what it will end up doing is it will allow you, here, let me show y'all real quick. Where am I going to be at? I'm going to be on my drive, huh? All right. So with a civil suit I'm about to file, I got another civil suit. I've let it gone on too long. I should have filed it a long time ago. But we got 3 years in Washington. So I went through an administrative process. I went and filed my notice of liability. I spoke with the chief. The chief recognized the aspect, yes, you have the right to travel. It's all recorded. It's all good. They violate me. They call my one of my clients, business clients, and then they try to get me reprimanded. So what we end up doing is this in Richfield? I think it's in Richfield. Since we filed the notice of liability, I go ahead and go through an administrative process. And I put these bad boys, after they violated me, on a notice of breach and demand for response and a notice of fine pursuant to the notice of liability. We got a contract. You broke that bitch. You're going to pay. You see what I'm saying? They accepted it. Why? Because they're a corporation which is below us. We're the top dogs. We run this. They're all servants. Right? Are you a servant? No. Okay, unless you put on a badge like Sonny. Sonny's a servant, and Sonny seems like he's a really good servant for the people. Right? You can sit down if you want. You don't have to stand this whole time. Y'all give a round of applause for Sonny, please. And if y'all want to ask some more questions, I'll actually give the microphone to Brandon, and then he can take it back. But I'm just going to run through this real quick.
And if anyone has more questions for Sonny, I can also run that back and forth.
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so this is a notice and breach, demand for a response, and notice of fine pursuant. And again, what we're letting them know is within our notice of liability, what we have is a first trespass, which was put on the actual notice of liability when we filed it, which is the first trespass is $100,000 and a charge of treason. The second trespass is a minimum fee of $200,000 and treason. If you want to fuck with me anymore beyond that, it's going to be $1 million each one. You're already putting them on notice. We've already established a contract. Offer, acceptance. What are all three? I forget now. It's offer, consideration, acceptance. Yep. Okay, so then we got the first notice. If they don't respond, you're giving them a time period to respond. If they don't respond, now we're moving on to the second one, right? Going through our administrative process. I got all of this for y'all with no issues, okay? Second notice. Well, you didn't respond, so now we got a notice to cure default under the Uniform Commercial Code, okay? And this is coming under UCC section 2-508 and a demand for acknowledgement. Respond to me and let me know. I'm trying to move in what? You know what we're doing. What are we moving in? Good faith. We're trying to resolve the matter before taking it to federal court or state or both, okay? So when we hit with the second one, they don't answer again. Well, guess what? Now we're hitting with the third. And you bad boys, this is a final notice to cure your default pursuant to UCC section 2-508 and a terminal demand for acknowledgement. Further to the notices of breach dated August 15, 2023 and of September 2021. We send it both to the chief of the police department and city attorney. Okay, letting everybody know what's going on. If they're not going to respond again, well, guess what? We just went ahead and moved forward to the insurance company and let them know what we're doing. Okay, so we make a claim with the insurance company, let them do their investigations. With this officer here, Sergeant Duran, okay, he actually got fired after I filed the insurance claim. Wait, did y'all hear me? He got fired once I filed the insurance claim. Straight up, that's how it goes. It is power. I can't believe didn't nobody clap louder. But y'all better give a clap. Fuck y'all talking about? For real. I worked hard on this shit. Okay. Then, of course, we're doing our intent notice to sue. Okay? Now, like I said, I'm a little far behind, October. But it's because all these people have fucking been draining me to do all their goddamn paperwork. I can't even get the next suit filed, right? But again, what we end up doing is now we're doing our notice of intent to sue. Like Homeboy was talking about yesterday, okay? This is what we do. We do it. So I wanted to show y'all that. That's an administrative process there on just one thing. Y'all got some more questions for Sonny though, right? Yeah? All right, let me run back. Let's run around. I like to move around and be engaging. Yeah, let's do it. Come on. Come on, we're doing it.
Yeah, sorry to trouble you, Sonny, but can we get Joe Brandon Williams pulled over here?
Oh, Brandon Joe Williams pull over? They want to see a Brandon Joe Williams pull over. They want to see a Brandon Joe Williams pull over. Get your ass up here.
Sonny, get your fucking ass up here!
Sonny. Yeah, get your ass up. We're making it fun today.
This is going to be real short, so.
Yeah, just break his windows.
This is not my
No,
event.
well, it's funny. Before we start this, obviously, so before, when it comes to the 14th Amendment, I'm in a completely different position than these two are. I think with this, I think Cam is in a completely different position than where me and Joey are. I think me and Joey are in alignment on this one more so. I want to be his friend. I want to leave. I don't want to deal with any fucking bullshit. I'm not going to file anything. It's going to be the easiest, simplest fucking thing in the world, and I'll show you guys right now.
I'm not affiliated with this event, by the way. People watching at home.
Oh, hi, officer. Now notice I got my hands up like this. I got the window rolled all the way down, big smile. I'm a white guy. Hi, I'm super white. Look how white my teeth and skin are, officer.
Good afternoon, sir.
Wait. Shut up, Negro.
I just exfoliated, sir.
But you see how this can't ever be serious? Anyway, okay. Good evening, sir. Can I get all your driving information?
Sure, I'd love to give it to you.
This is a sweet car you got there.
Oh, thank you, sir.
That's probably
Thank you so
why I
much.
pull him over.
Here you go.
Sir, driver's license. Do you have a driver's license?
I'm not allowed to have a driver's license, actually. In order to get a driver's license, I have to be a U.S. citizen or resident alien, and I am neither.
All right, that's great. I gotta be honest. So if this happened back then, this is just me. Not any. I would probably just move along. I would just be like, all right, have a good day. I'm being serious. I would just be like, have a good day, sir.
Yeah.
Or depending on what was going on, I would probably just be like, okay, and I would just start printing out whatever I was going to give them. To be honest with you.
Would you ask any questions like, well, you're a resident, if you're here or whatever, would you?
No,
you wouldn't get it either?
cops don't know that stuff. I mean, well, yeah, I would be like, well, where do you live? Are you a Florida resident? Blah, blah, blah.
Sadly, sir, I'm not. I'm actually not allowed to be a resident, so I'm actually technically what's called a non-resident alien. So I'm kind of like just a visitor essentially from another country, but I'm doing it under like a diplomatic umbrella.
So then I would be like, well, what's your address?
I couldn't give you an address, officer. The reason why is because if I did, it's sort of like trying to establish residency, and I feel like I would be basically like giving you false information because I couldn't have a residency even if I wanted to have one. It would be essentially fraud for me to give you an address and tell you that I'm a resident when I'm really not. Do you have a body cam on right now, sir?
I do.
Yeah, so the thing is that anything, and I'm assuming anything I say can and will be used against me in prosecution. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, so if I told you I was a resident, I'd be going to prison.
So at this point, I would get his license or his card, and I would say, okay, sir, just sit tight for a second for me. And I would be back running his stuff because he sounds like a psycho. If that so, and then I would probably come back either with or without citations.
Yeah.
And then I would be like, but now I'm trying to think of like, I don't have an address for you. So now knowing what back then, that would probably be an issue. So
you can't give a citation until you establish residency. You can't give a ticket until you've established residency.
So long story short, if this was me back then, he would just be sent on his way because that's just something I don't want to get into and tie up an hour or two of my time.
Now I have a clean car. There isn't shit all over the floor. There isn't dirty old rat fucking infested God knows what. The car isn't all fucked up and crushed, and there's not smoke and fucking pot smoke barreling out of the fucking windows. My window was all the way down, and I had my hands at 10 and 2, and I was telling him, sir, and being kind to the officer.
And just let you know, what would probably happen is, would get his stuff, run them, and then I would verify the VIN. I would go and get the VIN and write it down and run the car and make sure it's not stolen, all that good stuff. So I left some stuff out, but you'd be there.
That would make things even more confusing because my car's under a trust in South Dakota, so it would come up as a trust name. And then what would you do if it came up as a trust name on the? Then you'd really be fucking over.
That would be no issue. It'd be more of like, hey, is this car stolen or something?
But how often do you run a car and a trust comes up on the computer?
I mean, pretty much every rental car agency is under a trust.
Really?
Showing that camera off. But
okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Okay.
There is trust, LLCs.
Does the trustee name come up on a trust?
No. This is just for the registration. This is just like I'm reading your registration.
Yeah, but if you pull me over and a trust pops up and you say, are you the registered owner? and I say I'm the trustee of the trust, does it say the trustee's information on the computer?
No, that's not gonna. It's just who's the car registered to?
The
Blasey
trust.
Blah Trust. That's it. And it's gonna have the.
So how
the
can
PO
you
box or
verify?
the
How
business
would you
address.
verify that I'm a trustee, or would you even ask that question?
No, you would never ask that question. And then at that point, like, well, this isn't the registered owner of the vehicle.
But you know it's a trust.
Yeah.
So how can you verify that I'm a trustee or not? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I know because you're way above, but cops are looking.
So
for
how
very
would a
specific
cop
things.
handle that? So he doesn't even understand trustees or anything, but he sees a trust. So he's got to think, registered owner, like how would he bridge the gap between there's a trust on the computer and there's a human being in the car? How do I find out if they're the registered owner, the RO? How would you? Or do they even have those conversations?
Well, it would
in their
come
head?
up stolen, but it's not even. And I'm speaking for me. It's not on my radar. I don't care because it doesn't apply to my everyday duties.
So you would just let, by that point, you just be like, get the
unless
fuck
it
out of
came
here.
up stolen.
Basically. Okay.
Have
Okay.
a great day. I don't care who the trustee is.
I got a good question.
So the whole thing only
Hold on.
took 2 minutes.
Okay, so I got a question. Everybody always wants to know, I'm sure everybody wants to know this. In the computer system, is there a do not detain?
Never seen that.
Never seen it.
But that's a state system, right?
Never seen it. Okay, now look at what's on the screen. Okay, look at what's on the screen. This is more applicable to your do not detain. I'm going to read it for you. Non-resident violator compact. As of the publication of the following, states are not members of the non-resident violator compact, and persons holding a driver's license from the following states should not be issued an appearance ticket for any violation. Alaska, Montana, California, Oregon, Michigan, Wisconsin. There's a reason why I keep those dead plates, Oregon plates on my car. There's 6 states that are not part of the violator compact. Has anybody ever heard of the AAMVA? Yes. No. Show of hands of anybody beyond the people that know me that have heard of the AAMVA. Wow. That's insane. Okay. So the AAMVA is actually a private member association that literally makes all of the laws and statutes and policies for every municipal police department and or sheriff's police department. If you go look up AAMVA on YouTube, they literally have promotional videos talking about, yeah, the sheriff's office down in Florida, Broward County, they're number 1 this year for the most arrests, right? They're promoting this shit. Yes, it's that bad. It's pretty bad. Now, the AAMVA actually dictates what the DMV does. So it's a non-governmental association that is dictating government associations. Isn't that wild? Private member association, not linked with the government, taking over and dictating what goes on in our country. Don't you think that's a little foul? I'm sure there's people from certain associations that would love to see those fucking windows broken, right? It's the whole goal, it's the whole agenda to keep us enslaved, right? So these things are kind of important too. So this non-resident violator compact is pretty important because maybe you just want to go get a driver's license from one of these states. Well, if you did, it looks like you're protected from never getting issued an appearance ticket. And you can go check this up all you want. I know it's just a small screenshot, but this is real. This is legit, okay? What do you mean, what is it? If I have a California... If you have a driver's license from any of these states have not agreed or put themselves into the compact. What's a compact? Agreement between all the states. Everybody, all these states have come together to make a compact that, hey, we're going to help each other out. If like Texas is over here in this state and you're violating, then we'll work with you in the ticket system and all that, right? But if you're a member of any of these states with your driver's license, which I don't get in contract, I'm not going to waive up my rights for a fucking privilege. I don't need the fucking privilege. I do what I want, right? But if you wanted to protect yourself just a little bit, if you did have a driver's license in any one of these states and you're somewhere else, you're not to be issued an appearance ticket for any violation. Any. Because you have California. Cool. It is fucking cool. It's pretty badass. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Any questions on that? Oh, yeah, you had a question. What's up, bro?
This is a weird one, but if I'm claiming to be a non-resident alien and I re-signed my California driver's license with all rights reserved and that kind of a thing, so would it be in California if I get pulled over? Are they unable to give me a ticket under that dynamic? That sounds like a really odd question.
On another state.
Only in other states.
Only in other states.
So you use your Alaska driver's license in California?
Yes, exactly. Flip-flop. But I'm sure they see it in the system anyways. Right. What else? Anything else right now? Okay. Yeah. Back here. Okay. Yeah, questions for Sonny or anything like that? Okay. What you got, Haraz?
I have a son who is turning 14, and I want to teach him how to drive, obviously, properly before he would be on his own. But what would you do in a situation?
Drive or travel?
Travel, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
You know, what would you do in a situation where you would pull him over and he didn't have, the car was in a trust, he didn't have any identification on him, and he looked like he was a minor, and private plates or diplomatic plate, but not a DOT.
Is that for Sonny? Are you listening? Did you hear her?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Try again, Hadassah.
Sorry, I apologize.
I have a son who's turning 14 this year, and I want to teach him how to drive.
Travel.
Travel. Sorry, guys. So I want to teach him how to travel, and I was wondering what you would do if you pulled him over for going through a red light or something like that. And he didn't have any identification, looked like a minor, cars in a trust, said he was a diplomat, no plate or anything.
He's going to jail. Straight juvenile.
I'm a little hungry right now, but I'm going to try.
He's going to jail.
Honestly, I'd probably just try to locate his parent, because I think he probably just took the car or something. And
True, yeah.
So that...
What? No questions answered. What would you do then?
Try to identify him.
Yeah,
Find
for
his
sure.
parent.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, yeah, he would be in my custody if he was 14.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel like I was a pretty good investigator. I would have figured it out.
Him, you, next. Okay.
But yeah. I mean, that would be the first thing. You're dealing with a minor, 14. I mean, a lot of times it's obvious if somebody's a minor, in my opinion. So I would. No, I mean, I'm not an animal. I would. It's a kid. So unless he like murdered somebody, if it's a kid driving a car, my first thing is, hey, he took mom or dad's car. Let me try to contact mom or dad. Hey kid, what's your name? What's your parents' number? Hey, come pick this kid up and come get your car. It would be as simple as that. It wouldn't be like, hey, this kid's going to jail. Me personally, just based off what you're saying, I mean, yeah. What else could you do with him? He doesn't have a license. He doesn't. I mean, you know what I mean? There's not really anything to impose. Like, let the parent handle it. A kid? You talking about a 14-year-old? No, I know, but I'm giving it to you from the law enforcement lens. I don't know what you know, so I'm gonna be like, why is this 15-year-old giving me a fucking passport? I mean, yeah, like I can identify him, but I'm gonna be like, why is he in a car scooting around town? Like, kid, where's your mom? Am I making sense? Like, a cop is not like, oh, he's got a diplomatic passport, perfect. Have a good day, kid. You know what I mean? That's just, the officer or deputy's not gonna do that. They're gonna, yeah, I'm just letting you know what would happen. I mean, maybe in 20 years, different. I don't know.
I got one. So, during my pullover, the cops decided to unlawfully search my vehicle once I was in the back of the cruiser. They took, they frisked me, found my wallet, pulled it out. I never identified myself, so they found my driver's license. I did tell them I had an identification card, being my passport card, but they said they touch each other in my wallet, so they found them at the same time. So they found my driver's license, and they're like, when you get pulled over, this is what you give us, okay? You're driving, this is what you give us. That's what they said. So then they went and ran all that. Somehow they couldn't find my address in the system, even though it says on the card my address, right? And then in my discovery, like I was talking about yesterday, the 2 documents I received, one of them says address unknown, and then the small town I live in, and the other one says, like I said, I was in Nebraska, I live in Kansas, I was in Nebraska, I ordered an Amazon package to their house, and they found the package and used that address as my address. So they have an unknown address and a Nebraska address, both on both of the affidavits. Why would they do that? What happened?
Shit, I don't know. I mean, they probably just got to put something on there. I guess in the beginning they couldn't verify an address, so they put unknown, and then they probably just like, oh, you got an Amazon package there. Let's slap that one on there. I mean, there's no rhyme. I can't really. I'm not in that officer's head, so it's hard for me to. I could just guess. Does that make sense? But yeah, I mean.
So then the question is, does that just get thrown out just because there's inconsistent information? Like, that seems silly. Like, how are you going to hold me to something that isn't even me or my property of any sorts?
Having a driver's license in California, it says right in CVC 4000 that having a driver's license establishes a rebuttable presumption that you are a resident of California. And that's why for me and Cam, I wouldn't get a fucking driver's license for all the money in the world. You can bust out all my windows every fucking weekend. I'll be eating glass like it's fucking candy.
What does CVC stand for?
California Vehicle Code.
Thank you, sir.
So anybody with a driver's license, as per Rule of Evidence 301, me and Joey's favorite thing in the world, presumptions, it is automatically presumed if you have a driver's license that you are a resident. You're already on the fucking ropes just by having the motherfucking thing. And what does Federal Rule of Evidence 301 say? That if the presumption is pushed across to you, you are now burdened to prove with evidence that you are not a resident of the state in which you have a driver's license. Good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. I will definitely not be there trying to help you get out of that fucking mess. I'll be there, honestly, probably laughing at you having a Mike's Hard Lemonade, tell you the truth. Because we're sitting here, we're telling you why the fuck do you have a driver's license, and you guys got all these fucking questions about driver's license, just don't have the motherfucking thing. And then there's no rebuttable presumption that you are a fucking resident. I'm not a fucking resident. I'll say it 1,000 times. I'll put it in an affidavit. I'll whip my dick out and do a helicopter and say, I'm not a fucking resident to the whole goddamn world. Because I'm not. I'm really, really not.
What about us who have businesses that have...
It doesn't matter. Fuck them. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's where I'm at this point. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you're transporting whores over state lines. I just don't care. Fuck you. Because I'm not a fucking resident. You have to be a U.S. citizen or a resident to get the goddamn thing. And I know I say other things sometimes in stuff, and I say other things sometimes in shows and stuff, but you got to commit a fucking felony just to get the goddamn thing. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm not telling you under penalty of perjury I'm a U.S. citizen, and I'm not telling you under penalty of perjury I'm a fucking resident. It ain't happening. Well, sir, those are the only two you have. Well, then, bye. Take me to court. Oh, you went over state lines. They arrested you for transporting cattle. Great. Take me to court. Your Honor, 12B6 motion. What is a 12B6 motion? 12B6 is a motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim for which relief can be granted. You went over state lines, sir. You went over state lines. You were in commerce. You went over state lines, and you don't have a driver's license. Oh, I understand completely. I can't get a driver's license. I want to get one. I'd love to get one. I'll get one right fucking now. I'll sign for it right fucking now. The problem is, I'm not a U.S. citizen and I'm not a fucking resident. So you can't fucking get one. You can't fucking have it. So yes, you're in commerce. Yes, you're under the Commerce Clause, but you can't fucking get it. So how the fuck are you supposed to get it if you can't fucking get it? You can't have a driver's license. You are not allowed to have a fucking driver's license. Fuck you, you can't have a fucking driver's license. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Go fucking find somebody and say, here's drugs. I want a car. Fuck you. Give me a fucking car. I don't know. Go knock on someone's door. Hey there. What's your name? Kendra. Hi, Kendra. My name is Brandon. Do you have any extra cars by chance? Can you get one? Do you know anyone who has an extra car lying around? You do? Who has a car you know have lying around? Anybody? Anybody? Oh, that's all right. Hey, what's your name, man? Edward. You got any extra cars laying around?
Might know somebody, but maybe Turo or some other agency.
Yeah, I don't have a driver's license. Fuck that. I'm not a resident. Any other choices? Any other people you know that have cars or any other options to cars or anything?
Maybe go.
Or you can go Discharge. You'll get one for free. Just go get a car for free with Discharge. I use Uber. I have no driver's license. I don't give a fuck. You can kill me before I'm getting a driver's license. You can fucking kill me. Dead, in the ground, buried. I'm gone.
But if an Australian comes here, can't they rent a car?
That's what I was about to say. If somebody from another country comes in, how are they renting their cars?
I don't know. That's not a question. For real? Well, I don't know much about that. That's a whole nother thing. So, if there's more information about that, great. Maybe that's an option.
With your diplomatic passport, have you tried to rent a car with a work permit?
No. Has anyone tried to rent a car with a passport? Anybody with their hand up? This guy's got his hand up. This guy's got his hand up. Oh, shit. Actually, this is a great question. Let me get both of you guys on here. The question is, can you rent a car with a passport? Here we go.
Oh, you're waiting?
Yeah, I am.
I'll wait over here.
So I am an assistant general manager for U-Haul. Okay. So our system requires that we input information, and if you give us an international driver's license, whether it's a piece of paper you created, whether it's licensed with a country that exists or not, it doesn't matter. Anything. Yeah. You could go online, you could get a card printed out that says I'm from Pickletaria. It doesn't matter. If you submit that to us, we don't have a reason to reject it. It's likely not going to get rejected, and you're going to get the rental.
That's huge.
Well, there you go.
Wow. That's huge.
I guess a Pickletaria driver's license is currently in the works. Let me get one more. I want to talk to this guy real quick. I want to talk to this guy about this. Same thing. Same question. I want to see what this is actually fascinating, even me. So let's hear this.
That's massive.
So there's an association for international driving license, and so I take the Australian passport and I take the grey little card, which has like little fancy stamps on it, and I can rent anything anywhere. And the other thing is, I've worked with the Australian Embassy, is when you have a diplomatic plate, they don't stop you. Just go.
So in other words, you can make your own motherfucking driver's license. And that's legal. You can do that. But if you go get one, you're a fucking felon. And I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear about it because I don't want to be involved in felonies. I'm not interested.
So what do we do with that? How do we get rid of it? Burn it?
I went in, it took me 10 minutes. I was in and out of the DMV in 10 fucking minutes.
What's your question?
They gave me a little sheet of paper. They said, why are you turning this thing in? I said, I'm not a resident of any of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. They said, okay, and they took it away. That was it.
He still has his question.
Yeah,
but warrantless.
Let's ask him.
Sonny and possibly Sonny, this one's for you. Sorry to interrupt. Possibly Cameron as well. So I just a little background. Back in late October, I actually did get pulled over, and it was for a headlight being out, and it was quite interesting because the state trooper was ahead of me, and I was behind him, and we turned onto the highway and whatnot, and he slowed down to pull over myself, and so I pulled into the gas station because I'm the kind of guy who will take you another 20 minutes down the road and possibly turn my hazard lights on because I'm not the kind of guy who likes to pull over on the side of the highway. So I've led a couple police officers, state troopers, whatnot, down the street just because for my safety, and I do consider theirs as well, I do that for them. My question lies, though, is, you know, when it comes to, I guess, search of information, I don't carry a driver's license. I carry my passport, and that's what I provided to the state trooper. You know, and I was just coming into Cameron stuff, and so I didn't want to provide anything, but because of the sake of just trying to get things going through, I gave him my passport. How can they identify whether you have a warrant or not if you do not provide any of that information until they say, okay, well, you're being detained or you're being arrested, and then from what I understand, you'll provide the information and then they'll be able to determine whether you have a warrant or not. But prior to providing any information, like let's say I said, well, you know, here's my name and date of birth, would they be able to pull whether you have a warrant from that? Or
Yes.
Okay. So at that point in time, then they would just move forward with the arrest because there is a warrant, or because they say that there's a warrant, or is that something that we say, okay, well, can you please provide the warrant?
No, because if I'm looking and I see you have a warrant, I already have the warrant. I mean, I have to verify it.
Yeah, you have to confirm it, right?
I have to confirm it, but yes, I'll already know all that information.
And not all warrants are confirmed.
No, they're not.
So how would they move forward if it's an unconfirmed warrant?
I would let you go.
Yeah, issue your tickets and let go.
So
Oh, that's interesting.
do we ask them whether it's confirmed or not?
No, you're gonna know if you'll be in the back of the car if it's confirmed. If it's not, you're still gonna be.
Well, that's why I asked, because when
I'm not being a dick. I'm being serious.
Right. Because out of my experience, they said I had a warrant, but they didn't. They're like, well, we don't know why. We don't. It's just here. It's just on the computer, but we don't know why he has a warrant. You know, and I spent 5 days in jail because it was over the weekend or whatever, and I was calm and cool about it, and because you know after learning all the stuff. But at the end of the day,
what was it for? If you don't mind me asking, was it like
my warrant itself?
Yeah.
So it was issued based off of child support. You know, that's something else that
that's different.
child support.
That's not. Yeah, that's not criminal. That's like a. Okay, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
And so, you know, which is all cleared up and good to go. But at the end of the day, you know, my question was just in curiosity. Well, you guys don't know what the warrant is for, but you're telling me I have one, and I asked, well, what are we doing here? And they're like, well, we don't know. We already got you. We're taking you in.
Well, depending on the state, but like they probably don't want. They just say a warrant because they don't want to explain. Usually, it's like what child support. It's like called a writ of. What is it? I'm sorry, I've been out of the traffic game a while. It's a writ of something, so it's not like a warrant, but it's like a pickup because you got to go to the judge wants to see you and you got to go to court, and there'll be like some generic explanation there, like sometimes it'll say like failure to pay child support or whatever reason, but yeah, exactly. It's like a writ of something. Is it habeas corpus? Doesn't matter. Anyways, the point is that it'll be some generic reason. That's why they probably didn't tell you right away, and they don't want to explain what a writ is because they probably don't know. So.
All right. Very well. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Because I didn't know whatever that shit was.
All right. So there's a lot of people also signing a form to surrender their driver's license, and we've heard various things about what comes back in the system when they get pulled over, like it being suspended. And we don't know if people's information stays in the system after they surrender their license.
I can answer this one. I've actually done it. It's in my course, the actual printout. I got the printout from the actual DMV on this, and you can actually see I show the actual printout of the entire account of the driver's license. You can pay $5, and you can get a full account print off of your entire history of your driver's license. On mine, it says like surrendered by owner, and then below that it says expired. So it says both on there. It's probably different state by state, and
Yes.
It's not a question that most people are going to be able to answer because most reports I've gotten, the DMV people, many of them who have been there for 20 or 25 years, has never ever seen someone come in and surrender their fucking license. No, absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. Like, I know a lot of people say a lot of different things on this. That's the biggest fucking absolutely not I could ever absolutely not under the fucking sun, moon, and fucking stars. Ever. Every contract in the planet, you want to go in and clearly say, fuck you, fuck this, and you want evidence that you did it. Fuck you, fuck this, and I want evidence that you did it. That way it's crystal clear. Otherwise, what does 301 say? Bunch of fucking presumption. Oh, presumption. Oh, it's expired. Well, this and the presumption that. Oh, it's fucking. When you say fuck you, fuck this, and I want evidence, pretty fucking clear. I'm gonna give it to this guy next. He's had his hand up for a little while. But try to be a little shorter if you can and more concise with the questions from this point forward for everybody, okay?
Well, I'm a little less on a question, a little bit of help to this young lady that asked the question about what would happen if your child was operating a vehicle and got pulled over. And I think the answer is kind of depends on the cop and the jurisdiction. But I have 11 children. None of which have Social Security numbers or birth certificates. So,
that's amazing.
Three of which make a regular practice of getting pulled over. 8 of them travel. I've got a 21-year-old son who thinks that you probably should get pulled over about every 4 to 6 weeks. And we could say that he is probably not the most, he doesn't have the most tact, let's put it that way. He has roughly got 8 to 10 citations written against him. He got pulled over 2 weeks ago. And he calls me because he's got a tail light out. He doesn't have plates on the car, and he doesn't have insurance on the car. Well, he has insurance, but he doesn't have the paper. The vehicles for all my children are in a trust that I formed 20 years ago. And anyway, so I'm thinking, okay, well, I know he's got at least 8 unpaid tickets over a span of 4 years. So whether those unpaid tickets have gone into arrest warrants that are confirmed or unconfirmed, we're about to find out, right?
They won't.
So
go
I'm
into
thinking
warrants.
he's 25 minutes from me. It's midnight because he can never get pulled over during the day. He has to get pulled over when his father's asleep. So I'm getting up out of bed and trying to figure, okay, how do I get to where my son is? Because I'm going to help assist with this issue. Long story short, they write him another ticket. They can clearly see that he's got 8 to 10 tickets unpaid, undressed, didn't ever show up for him. And newbie cop is got him in cuffs in the back of the car. And she called the main station, and whoever was on duty told her to let him go. So another ticket that won't be paid. And I have one of my sons has been pulled over twice, and he's never been even issued a warning, let alone a ticket. He's a little more pleasant to deal with than the younger one. So I got to tell this story, and I'll keep it short. 10, 11 years ago, I get pulled over. I'm in one of my company vehicles, and it's over 10,000 pounds, so it's regular. It would register as a commercial vehicle. I have plates that go to nowhere. That's a whole other story. But I have plates that are from Missouri, which I'm not in and have never lived in. And these plates go to nowhere. And he pulls me over. And the reason is because there are more cops that know what's going on than what most of us think of. I can give you 100 dirty cop stories, but this is an interesting one. He says, I need to write you a citation because you do not have this vehicle registered, which was true. And I said, don't worry about it. I understand the Queen needs her money. And he looked at me and he says, what'd you say? I said, I understand the Queen needs her money. I said, everybody needs their cut of the pie and the Queen needs her money, so go ahead and give me the ticket. And he says, would you get out of the car, please? I said, oh boy, I'm in trouble. But I didn't get in trouble. We went up into his car and we talked on the side of the road for an hour and a half about this kind of stuff because he was fully informed of what I was saying is true. And he says, you know, there's a group of about 8 of us in commercial vehicle enforcement in this side of the state that have heard these arguments and comments over the 30 years. And so we've formed a study group. And he says, we know the things that you're talking about are 100% accurate. So that being said, there are pockets around the country where, you know, just because they're a cop, like I say, 95% of them, it's just a job. But when you're in an issue of constant potential conflict, you have a motive to figure out if these people are crazy or if they know what they're talking about. And so I think there are more people out there that are in law enforcement, as we would call them, that do have an interest and are aware of the way things really are.
What state was that?
Iowa. Yeah, and the nicer we are, the better we are at knowing the information and sharing it, the more we're going to see shit like that, guys. Guess who's going to make that? It ain't going to be the fucking ether. It's going to be us. He was pulled over in Iowa, but a lot of the tickets he's gotten were in Texas. And to tell you the truth, me and Joey have horror stories of Texas, and I've heard more horror stories from Texas than any other state. So, I actually, the farther I go into crazy-ass legal shit, the more I love the liberals, I'll tell you right now. But anyways, let's get some more. I'm enjoying the questions. Are we cool with questions? Cam, where's Cam? Where's Cameron? I still don't see him. Oh, there he is. Are we cool with questions? We cool? Okay, good. Just want to make sure I'm not.
Wait. It's break time.
What kind of break?
It really is 15-minute break time.
15-minute break? No, fuck these people. We're going to keep them prisoner. One more question, and then we'll do a break.
Hey everyone, for rental cars, I did try recently for this event renting a car with my passport on Turo, and they didn't like it. They really wanted the driver's license. So Turo called me up and says, okay, you have 2.5 hours before we report the vehicle stolen. I rented it out of San Antonio. Luckily, I left my driver's license in California. Somebody was able to take a picture, send it over, right? I sent it to a guy, talked to him on the phone, the guy whom I rented it from. And he was very cordial. He said, like, hey, man, you don't deserve this. I get you. Just don't get caught, right? And he talked to Turo, straightened it out. So for Turo, they don't like it.
So you're saying you got the car with the passport?
I got the car with no identification.
How's that?
Yes.
So how does that?
So I never used Turo before, so and I have a custom Android, so it's de-Googled. But I couldn't use the app. I just used the web app. I input my information, and there's no picture of an ID uploaded. And I find a car. A lot of people, they kind of just use lockboxes and like automatic text. So I get an automatic text, it has the instructions, go over, lockbox on the window, I take the car, and everything's good. Until they're like, oh, we need you to upload your driver's license. And then I sent the passport, holding the passport card, and then it just kind of went downhill from there. But yeah, Turo doesn't like it, so that's a quick one right there. For Sunny, I do have a question. My car on Thanksgiving, unfortunately, was broken into on my property. And when I called the sheriffs, they really wanted to see my ID. Where's Sunny? Ah, oh, dang it. Okay, well. All right, I'll hold on that one.
So you didn't, like, the upload button to upload a picture, it was like there, but it wasn't required to submit the form?
Correct. On the web app, there's you could on your profile like upload it at any point, but in order to actually book something, you don't need that. So I think you could couple this strategy with the gentleman over there who said like any international permits, right? And for me, de-Google's phone. I talked to Turo support. They said just upload it on the Messenger, right? On the Messenger portion of the website that they have, and that works.
What did you say to them? So they said there's blah blah blah, and you said all I have is a passport. I want to upload a passport. And then what did they say? And then what did you say? You said it went downhill from there, but what was actually said?
So I only referenced ID, and I always kept it as ID. Oh, I'm trying to upload my ID. And I legitimately was trying to upload my ID via the app, and it was just not working. So I did call support, and I said, okay, I'm trying to upload my ID. They said, okay, you could send it through the Messenger portion of the web app. And I said, just to clarify, because it's a recorded call on their end, it's like, okay, so the whole purpose is to verify that I'm the human being taking the car just in case anything happens, right? At that point, an ID is sufficient. So never use the word driver's license on my end.
So in other words, you can get a car with a fucking passport and put the fucking passport in. When they call you, say, I'm a foreign diplomat, all I've got is a fucking passport. I want to rent a car. And then they say no, and then you say, well, why the fuck is that? What are you guys operating off of? And then let me speak to your supervisor and be kind, and that's it. That's all you can do. But basically, I get fucking pissed off with this fucking stupid goddamn question, honestly. Because the thing is what I hear is, oh, Brandon, I can't rent a car, so I'm going to be a fucking felon. I'm going to commit felonies because it's a little bit of an inconvenience when I occasionally go somewhere I can't rent a fucking car. That's what I hear. That's why I get a little angry. That's why I was kind of screaming earlier. It's like, bro, good people don't commit felonies. Are you guys good people? No. Thank you.
So I'm actually in your corner, but I realize that it's difficult to operate out in the world without a driver's license. So I rescinded my contract with the DMV and gave them notice of my non-resident, non-domiciled. I'm not any of these things, but because they're my servants, I told them that I'm holding their property and I want to treat that property honorably, and I will give it back to you in exchange for your documentation to me that I can travel exempt, privately, and safely. And I'm keeping it so I can avoid conflict with your other officers and agencies. So I'm a big advocate for making your own law because you've rebutted the presumption of having the office or agency of the driver, because that's a thing with the agency that gave it to you. But you should probably do that with notice to your governor and secretary of state that you're operating in that capacity. So if you notice those three agencies, you're creating your own law with them, and you can still hold the card in your wallet, and you've rebutted the presumption.
Now let me ask you guys a question. If you have a driver's license and it creates a rebuttable presumption that you are a resident of a state, and you now are saddled or butt-fucked with having to provide evidence against that rebuttable presumption, what kind of things or items would be considered evidence? Does anyone even know the answer to the fucking question?
Affidavit.
Thank you. Wow, okay. Raise of hands. How many people knew the answer was affidavit? Raise of hands. Yeah, it's why you're all fucked. Like 10% of you, right? So if you're not writing an affidavit, you aren't providing evidence to rebut the presumption. So if you have a driver's license, you are a resident. You are. And you're not, so then now you're a fucking felon because now you're lying there under penalty of perjury too. You're fucked any way you look at it. Oh, I want to commit felony so I can rent a fucking car. Oh. It's disgusting, frankly. It's fucking disgusting.
Are you gonna let that?
Pisses me off. I Uber. It is definitely a little bit of a pain in the ass. I Uber a lot. I meet some cool people. Joey Kimbrough, anything you want to say on any of this? I haven't heard from Joey in a while, and I'm getting a little bit depressed about it.
I Uber a lot too, but I can tell you that now has changed just from the discussion we've had here in the last half hour. I'm rolling up in this, and I hope we do this again next year. I don't know how all you guys feel about this, but I will be rolling up in this bitch in a U-Haul next year, a 19-footer, filled full of Thai hookers that I just picked up from the strip the night before. So, yeah, Brandon's excited about that, I know. But honestly, I think we're all out there researching, and that is the coolest shit, just to hear that, you know, the experiences, we're back to that again, of all of us testing it out, at least those ones of us that are testing it out. The rental car thing, that's a concern of mine as well, because I've rescinded my license with the state of Indiana, cut that contract. We all know the ones that I've kept. I'm pretty vocal about that, but that I agree with Brandon. If there's one thing that I could say is citation versus misdemeanor versus felony are three different things, and you're hearing Officer Sonny, God love him, citations are all he's handing you on the side of the road. He's not handing you misdemeanors or felonies. You may be committing a felony because you have a driver's license, but that's not going to be handled there on the side of the road. He's giving you a citation. Fuck a citation. Who cares about a citation? You give a rat's ass. But I do care about misdemeanors and felonies. So just kind of pick your lane. Which one do you want? You want a license where you're going to be committing a felony if you believe what Brandon believes, which I truly do believe that piece of it. I do, because he showed me the proof of what it says to have a driver's license. So I bought in. I'm there with you. But it is an extreme pain in the ass. A fucking pain in the ass to operate outside of what's been created for us and shoved down our throat. I've been riding Ubers all weekend. I didn't know about the U-Haul thing, but I would have loved to have known that on day one. I wish we had another day. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, but there's just so much stuff. I mean, I'll make this really super quick too. Or you get
No, go ahead, keep going.
So, you know, this morning I'm pissed off, and I'm going to tell you. It sounds like I'm high maintenance because every day I start being pissed off, right? I've already told you. You got to shift that, man. I'm 54. I'm learning still. I'm a dumbass. You got a stupid fuck, you got a crazy fuck, and you got a gimpy fuck with 5 toes. I mean, what do you expect from those 3 people? I've got it on my shirt. I'm Crazy Joe.
Hey, who want to place a bet on me and Joey doing a foot race outside? How about that? Who got their money on me? Yeah, straight up, nigga, what's up? Yeah.
Oh boy, I don't know about that.
That was a well rebutted.
So
that was a well rebutted presumption there, Cam.
So pissed off was what I just said. I want to tell you why I was high maintenance today, at least. I went to get my daily chicken sandwich, spicy chicken. And these motherfucking Christians that decide to shut shit down on a Sunday at my Chick-fil-A. There's where my wife would say, honey, it's Chick-fil-A. Fuck you, it's Chick-fil-A. I'm pissed right now. So anyway, I go through that. Then I hop in Julio's car. The motherfucker can't speak a lick of what I speak in the Midwest. So now I've got that language barrier issue going on. So now I'm really pissed off. And then I'm always asking, you know, what is it that, you know, that I'm supposed to be doing, you know? So now I'm looking at it through that other set of eyes that I keep telling you guys about. And I have now a Japanese girlfriend. So she handed me one of Cam's cards that says, hand this to somebody you admire. Wow. And I don't think it was because I'm extremely good looking or hung like a baby donkey. I truly don't think she was hitting on me. Could be. Were you hitting on me? You were, fuck yes. Don't tell my wife, 190 you fuckers, somebody, don't say it. But I have a Japanese girlfriend now, and I'm saying that with all the gratitude in the world. That's what I was looking for, and that's what it hit me. And I hope you guys look at it through that set of eyes too, because it would have been really easy to be shitty about my spicy chicken sandwich or the fact that I can't communicate with somebody when I'm wanting to. So anyway, that's kind of my 10 cents on that. But yeah, I got some other stuff for later on, kind of to wrap up my mindset. I know we've been hit with a fire hose of all kinds of craziness, man. I mean, and we're all in our lanes, and we're all doing really cool stuff. Love to take 1 second and just give an extreme thanks. I hope you guys will join me with Cam and Brandon, who invited me, and ultimately you guys too. I think this has been awesome and eye-opening for me, at least.
Yeah.
So on the other side of that, I mean, and I won't keep rambling on this time. There's other stuff that I want to share later on, which, I think we can wrap things up. But yeah, I wasn't even on the bill. I wasn't even, Brandon invited me, I think it's probably about a month ago. And here's another lesson that I learned. At 54, being a corporate monster of 25 years, I'm this guy. And I didn't get a chance to do that. So, my wife and I are talking about it. I said, I think these two fucking idiots are, there's where I went. I started judging. These two dumb motherfuckers don't have an agenda, blah, 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 blah. And I kept asking Brandon, where's the agenda, bro? What's up? And I literally rolled into town and and I've been freestyling, but that's the coolest thing that now I know I was supposed to do, because it had to come from the heart. I would have had you a beautiful presentation. That is me, the PowerPoint guy in corporate America. I didn't get a chance to do that. I had to tell you the truth. I had to tell you what my truth is, at least. And so freestyling for me, I'm good at freestyling. I love to talk and tell stories and talk shit. But this would have been the version you would have got of me, and I don't know if you would have liked that a lot more than I think what I've presented to you so far, and hopefully I'll get a chance to present a little bit more later on.
Hell yeah. All right, so we got two questions for you. You have two options. A is a break, maybe 15 minutes. B is we keep going with personalized questions. So raise your hand if you want a 15-minute break. Okay, put your hands down. Raise your hand if you want to keep going on personalized questions. All right, personalized questions wins by a small margin. If you need to go to the bathroom, go for it on your own. If you want to get some coffee, just kind of mosey around, but we're going to do some more questions.
Fuck your democracy, bro.
Hell yeah. This is a constitutional republic. Get rid of your fucking driver's license. Talk to me next week. Who's next on the questions? I want to get some people back here. Anybody back here with questions? Oh, yeah. Oh, did anybody see my card? Did anybody not see my diplomatic card? So these will be available soon. We're still working on the last stupid little fucking things. It's really annoying, actually. So, real quick, this passport card, for all you guys that have seen it, it is notary compliant. In order to be notary compliant, it has to have the signature on the back. So we created like a little signature strip. That's why it's there. In order to be notary compliant, we had to put that strip there. So you're going to be able to use that with a notary and actually get documents notarized using that, and that it is I-9 compliant as well. If you read the anti-discrimination notice at the top of the I-9 and you read any more information about it, the I-9 says that no employer can request for you to actually show any of the documents that you are using on the I-9. But if you wanted to show it, you can, but it becomes completely optional. Each one, because in order to be I-9 compliant, each one has to have an individual passport number. Each one will have an individual passport number, thus making it notary compliant and I-9 compliant. And you can use it, and you can do box 4, a non-citizen authorized to work. And then below that, you're going to put that passport number into where it says foreign passport number. And like I said, that'll be available soon, okay? Next question. I'm going to hit this guy real quick. Oh, I didn't even recognize you. Sorry, what's up, man?
Hey, I don't have a question. I just want to say real quick thank you for Brandon and Cam and including me in the conversation, and everybody that I've met here. You guys seriously are awesome. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for embracing me or whatever it is.
We love you. Thanks for being here. It's been awesome. I wish we had more cops. It'd be cool if we started getting like judges and retired judges and shit. Boy, that's when you know we're really fucking doing it. All right, who's next? Questions? Someone who hasn't been able to ask yet. I want to get some new people.
Yeah, I wanted to share an experience I had. I got pulled over a couple weeks ago.
Put it a little closer to your mouth.
Yeah, I got pulled over a couple weeks ago. I had no driver's license, no insurance, and no registration. So I thought this is going to be interesting. He asked for a driver's license.
Be a little louder. We're going to switch.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. There we go.
So I told him I didn't have a driver's license and that I'm not driving, not operating in commerce. He looked at me kind of weird. And then I said that I'm self-insured, and I handed him my common law passport as the ID. He went, he was back there about 20 minutes in his car. He comes back with a warning for an illegal lane change, and I signed it. Instead of my name, I wrote "without prejudice." So I didn't sign it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it all starts. I mean, you got to think. Everybody's trying. We're all trying to be perfect on the first shot. Probably ain't gonna happen. So, just be cool with what happens, and then just improve. And that's really as far as I'm concerned, that's the secret. Just be willing to do whatever, whenever, and then be willing to improve. Didn't you have a question?
Earlier, but it was about without recourse and like.
We'll probably get into the. I know a lot of you guys have a lot of financial questions. I think what I'll probably do is I'll probably hit that with Joey a little bit later, maybe even after lunch. We'll do like a financial entire section, but I think I'll probably want to do that with Joey, and I think it'll probably be a little bit later. I want to see if Cam wants to do anything else. Where's Cameron at? Is he here?
I think we should skip lunch, man.
All right.
Let's skip lunch. We don't need lunch. This is food for us.
Hell yeah.
Stove, man.
All right, any other questions? All right, let's get some more people that haven't asked questions yet. This guy right here.
So I've been kind of hesitant about submitting for my state national passport because I have a Brazilian birth certificate, but I have an American passport right now. So I'm curious because they're certifying it. They're doing an apostille stamp, and they're doing the gold seal as well in Brazil right now. And I'm supposed to get it here pretty soon. I don't know what the process is with submitting that with my state national passport, or should I just avoid it completely? Because I know you're supposed to submit 2 documents, and I can't submit I don't have an American birth certificate, so.
Like I said earlier, it's hard for me to answer a lot of these kind of questions. I was talking with this guy yesterday about this. So the whole state citizen naturalization thing is brand fucking new. I haven't even had a chance to write it on the goddamn website. When you naturalize into a state, you aren't doing it through the government. The government has no way to facilitate that for you. It's physically impossible. If you went in there and asked for shit, they're just going to look at you. They can't give you what you're asking for. So you have to change the way that you think, and you have to shift the ideas in your head. And you have to read the Naturalization Act of 1802. Let me see a show of hands. I don't want to go off on a 4-hour conversation for like just a few people. So let me just do a survey here. How many people here were not born in one of the 50 states of America? Not born in one of the 50 states of America. Okay, so it's a small percentage. So I can't go off on a huge thing on this. But basically, it's the Naturalization Act of 1802. You're going to naturalize into a state. You have to be a free white person. And if you're not, if you don't think you are, well, it doesn't matter because there's nobody that's going to tell you no. So I would just, I'm not saying, I would just fucking say it because there's not going to be anybody that's going to stop you from doing it.
Is it white just the classification?
I already covered that yesterday. So if you didn't see that one, it's way too long of a conversation to get into. Way too much. Just fuck you, yes I am. That's what I would do. Fuck you, yes I am. That simple. And then you have to be in a state. You have to be in the. Okay, raise hands. Again, those same people who were not born in one of the 50 states of the Union. How many of you? Okay, put your hands down. Are there any of you that have been in the United States for less than 5 years? Anyone at all? You were not born here and you haven't been here you've been here for less than 5 years. So you'd still be a resident. Anybody else? So that first 5 years is your residency. So you're a resident for 5 years, and then at the 5-year mark, you become a citizen. So you are the only motherfucking person in here that can get a driver's license. If you wanted one. You have one? Okay, you're allowed to have it. You're the only motherfucker in here, if I was a cop, I wouldn't arrest for having a driver's license. You're the only one. And how many more years until you hit your 5-year mark? 3 years? Okay, so what you're supposed to do is 3 years before your 5-year mark, you're supposed to write an affidavit. In the affidavit, you're supposed to basically, what country were you born in? Canada. So you would have to basically write an affidavit stating that you're relinquishing any allegiance or citizenship under Canada.
There's something I want to show you later. I guess it's the Jay's Treaty.
Okay, we can go over that later. So you have to get rid of all your other allegiances. You have to display good behavior or good character, but there's no one to display it to. It doesn't exist. So fuck you, I'm a good character would be that, pretty much that one. 301 again, right? And then you have to pledge an oath to the U.S. Constitution. And we're so fucking brainwashed that you guys think, who do I fuck? There's no one to send it to. There's no one to fucking send it to. There is no one to send it to. There is no organization or governmental organization or anyone in the government or around the government or fucking the government or hired by the government or a consulting agency or a black man or a white man or anyone, anything, anywhere that you can submit it to. It doesn't fucking exist.
Do you still have to make a public notice?
You're not getting it.
No, I know you don't have to send it to anybody, but
You don't have to do anything because there's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's no one that's going to come. Well, am I supposed to? There's nothing there. There's no one there. All it is, it's like the honor system. The Naturalization Act of 1802 is like, I would do it. I would write, I'm a white person, I'm a free white person. I would write like, I hereby pledge an oath to the Constitution. I hereby say that I'm a good character because of the following reasons. I do this, I give away the information for free, I help people, you can see my stuff online. I would make it an affidavit, and then if anybody had any questions or if any agency had any questions, I would send them the affidavit. And there's nothing they can say about it. So they might think they can say shit about it, and they send me back, oh, this isn't real, this isn't. Guys, I didn't send it to you to say any of those things. You can't say any of those things. I'm not going to argue with you. Oh, I'd be like this. Oh, that's funny. You're so fucking cute. You think you can stop me from applying the Naturalization Act of 1802 as a state citizen? Oh, you're adorable. Absolutely fucking adorable. I wouldn't even fight them. It's just a complete fucking waste of time. They have absolutely no right at all. And you can even say, cover sheet, I'm not asking for anything from this. This has nothing to do with you, but informationally, I'm just sending you, letting you know this was already done, completed, and it's a done deal, and I am a state citizen. End of fucking story. That's how it works.
If it makes you feel better, and I know that there are people that want a paper trail, and I get it, and I understand what Brandon's saying. I recorded with my county recorder in Howard County, Indiana, an affidavit of status. $25. They're going to look at you like you're a fucking alien, especially when they see what it is, and tell them to file it as a miscellaneous filing. It's $25, and it's now filed, and it has Howard County clerk stamp, blah, blah, blah. So now you have it as evidentiary evidence so that anybody can refer to, and you've got the number, with the recorder and everything. So if that makes you feel better.
And that's technically the closest thing that we have to what's in the Naturalization Act, because it says that you have to make an announcement through a common law court of record. That's the closest thing you can get. It's not a fucking common law court of record, but it is the closest thing available on this planet. And you aren't asking them for a fucking thing. Put this on your thing and make a record of it. Here's your $25. You aren't asking them for anything more than to publish a document. You're not asking them for feedback or approval. We're all fucking brainwashed, and that's the issue, okay? 1802.
So just a quick question for you, Brandon. So my concern is, so I was planning to do this family reunification with my family in Russia. And as far as I understand, you can only do this process being a U.S. citizen. And this is something I need to think about, whichever.
This is all brand new. This is all brand new.
Yeah,
You don't need to be a U.S. citizen or anything.
I understand that.
You don't need to be a U.S. citizen to naturalize as a state citizen. In fact, If you are, in fact, here, this is a good point. If you are a U.S. citizen, you have citizenship in some place outside of America called the District of Columbia. You would, if you were naturalizing as a state citizen, you would have to get rid of your U.S. citizenship in order to become a state citizen. Because you'd have to throw off that allegiance and citizenship to a foreign fucking state. So to become a state citizen, you would have to get rid of your U.S. citizenship. It's part of the, you got to read the Naturalization Act of 1802. It's just 2.5 pages. It's super easy to read. It's got like almost no legalese. I mean, you could read it over a sandwich. I'm serious. It's that easy. The Naturalization Act of 1802. None of anything. No. That question would be the same as, once I become naturalized as a state citizen, can I go to Russia and get a passport? You just asked me that same question. You don't realize it, but that's what you just asked me. Can I go to France and get a passport once I naturalize as a state citizen? The answer is no. Exactly. That's the same thing. A U.S. passport is done through the District of Columbia, which is an entirely different country outside of America. So you can't go to a country outside of America to get a passport to a completely different nation that you have no naturalization into. That's the answer to the question. You would make your own fucking passport. Some of the assemblies have done that, by the way. No. The last time a state issued a passport was like 1856. You can look that up too. I have a U.S. passport, but it's not mine. It's my sole proprietorship's. I can't have a U.S. passport. If I try to get a U.S. passport, zoop, going straight to prison. That, I'm not going to, I was talking to some guys earlier. You don't know who's on the birth certificate, no one else does. So, the definition of a live birth, if you look it up in 1 USC 8, it says anything that comes out of the mother that has any sign of life or heartbeat or pulsation of the muscles at all. So the umbilical cord is a live birth. The placenta is a live birth. All sorts of fucking live births. And you say, oh, that's me on the fucking birth certificate. You have no evidence to support that, and no one else does either. So who the fuck's on the goddamn birth certificate? You don't know, I don't know, and no one else does. And you can't prove it, and neither can they. Not a fucking soul can prove shit. So fuck them. Any other questions?
So you've said in the past something to the effect of, well, the naturalization process could be done on a napkin, right? You could just write, I naturalize, right? Do you know anyone who's done that successfully? Because I have some friends in other places that are interested in that process. Obviously, I don't want them to be citizens, but they do, so.
Well, I'm gonna write all this down and put it on the treatise, I think, because it's gonna be a bonus section on the treatise page. If you were born in one of the 50 states, you don't ever naturalize. You're native born. If you were born in one of the 50 states, which we should talk about more now because it's more applicable for most people in here. If you were born in one of the 50 states, wherever you are is your fucking domicile. I'm pretty much domiciled in fucking Texas right now. I am a citizen of Texas while I'm here. When I go back to California, I'll be back under California citizenship. I don't need to serve out a fucking residency in Texas. Because the Naturalization Act, that was the whole point of it. It's like, well, people should be able to go from California to Arizona without having to completely renaturalize and do another 5 years. So the whole point of the Naturalization Act was to make a compact to where it's like, no. If you're in any of these things for 5 years, 1 year in the state of wherever you're at, you'll get the citizenship, and then once you're in, you're in. That was kind of the whole point of it when you read it. So if you're born in one of the 50 states, you are pretty much a citizen of a state wherever you are. And I know I've done a few shows where I said something different, but I've been trying to figure this out for a long time. This is it, I'm telling you. I mean, we'll see if it changes more, but I know for right now, I know this is it, and I'm going to be releasing more information on it very soon. Any other questions? Let's get this guy here.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with something like a declaration of domicile. Would that have any benefit or effect for any standing? No?
No, you're either naturalized or you're native born. If you're neither, like the young lady right here, you're a resident. So she can technically get a driver's license. Nobody else in here can get a driver's license. And if I hear anybody say anything about, oh, fucking, you know, I'm actually 20% African blood. No, fuck all that. Just write an affidavit that you're not. That's bullshit. That's a presumption. And if someone wants to fucking go in and prove that you're of 20% African blood, I guarantee you all the DOJ guys that I'm working with, they're all fucking liberals. It's never gonna happen. The government will never fucking press that claim. It's never gonna fucking happen.
So I'm in the beginning stages of all of this, and I do a lot of international traveling. Am I able to travel internationally still if I get that U.S. national passport?
Yes. Yes. You can still travel internationally. And I have some reports that customs just waves you through. You know, some people talk about like, oh, you're going to get waved past TSA like a fucking, chic. That's not going to happen. But I have had some reports of like customs customs won't fuck with you.
Brandon, I have not heard of anybody getting shuffled through. You still got to go through customs and everything, but it's just like a regular passport. One thing though, if you want to opt out of the new biometrics picture, do not put your ID in the thing because then they will force you to take that picture. But just tell them, just walk up and don't get in front of the camera and just say, hey, I'm opting out. And they always just let you through. Usually. They were dicks in Atlanta a few days ago.
Have you found a way to avoid using a social security number when redoing your passport?
It's not needed anymore. So if you look at the way I changed the explanatory statement in December, we're getting passports on behalf of the sole proprietorship. The EIN number or the SSN number is just the EIN number of the sole proprietorship. And since I did that in December, not a single issue, not a single stop, not a single additional question needed, not a single fucking problem. Approval, 100% since December. Explanatory statement. It's on, have you done my course? It's on the Amnesty Coalition page. Was it before December?
Yeah.
That's why. That's why. Huge changes happened in December. And then post-course video number 2 covers all those changes. If you haven't seen that video, watch that video. Let's get this guy. He was up first. Let's real quick.
For Cam, or any of his...
Cam, he has a question for me and you.
Do you have a right to travel litigation flow chart or something like an avenue of actions yet?
Yeah, in the Discord. We kind of go through all of it. You mean like...
like a visual?
In what aspect? Give me a little bit more context.
Like from side of the road citation from the police all the way through the court, different documents to file, as such, like that.
All day. And I think we're going to have...
There's new shit happening in his Discord like every fucking day. So hold on one second. He has his hand up. I'm going to get this guy first.
It's more just a comment about U-Haul again. One of the fun things is that if you go delinquent on your payments, if you don't pay for your rental, it goes into a system that's called promissory note system. So I've actually been able to kind of teach some of my coworkers about it because they're like, what does that even mean? And I can go into detail about what that means. You also have to sign on the paperwork electronically or otherwise, and I know plenty of people now who even sign without prejudice or without recourse and have been doing it for years to protect them from the arbitration clause on the contract.
Very cool.
Has anyone not seen my diplomatic Amnesty Coalition card.
When I came here, I had several issues that I've been working on.
You're going to talk into the black part of it.
Oh, the black part. Okay, when I came here, I had several issues, and so this question is addressed to all of you, Cameron and Brandon. And I have I filed, one of my friends filed, was dealing with a foreclosure petition. And I suggested that she do certain things. Now, as I'm learning some of the things that has been done with the traffic citations and different strategies, I can see how that could possibly help the situation. What I did, my strategy was, I knew she was not, that the judge, she would not get a remedy in the local district court. The judge was going to give the house to the bank. And I also knew that I couldn't get the case from the local district court into the U.S. District Court. So we had her file a Chapter 7 petition to get into the federal court. Once it was in federal court, then we filed a petition to withdraw from bankruptcy and file it into an Article 3 U.S. District Court, because there were constitutional issues that the bankruptcy court did not have jurisdiction to deal with. Yep. They actually accepted that. Yep. And the trustee and the judge in bankruptcy court filed the petition into U.S. District Court. Now, we all know that there are no Article 3 courts in the U.S. District. So what they do is they trick you and they put it into an Article 4, Section 3, and let you believe you're in an Article 3 court. Now, so I was going to ask you, some of the stuff you're doing with traffic tickets, I can see we can use to help in this situation. So I'd like to talk to both of you at some point.
Yeah, you can't, there is no, I don't think there is any Article 3 courts. There's just a goddamn sole proprietorship that has the same name as you, and it's inside of this stupid-ass system. That's it. You basically don't exist, essentially. You're just like a fucking battery or something. I don't know. You don't even exist. You don't exist. You're a state citizen, and the state citizen has a U.S. citizen. It's that simple. You are a state citizen. You are absolutely not a resident unless you're doing a residency like she is. She's the only one that I've seen so far in this entire event that's actually doing a fucking residency. So she would be the only one who wouldn't be a felon for having a driver's license. Every other motherfucker in here who has a driver's license that's not her is a felon, as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, can I, just for a second, this is from my understanding, here's where I want to learn. I hear people say things like we're not in Article 3 courts. Who in the fuck's, what do you mean? Congress set up all of our courts, state, federal, and thereafter, they're all Article 3 courts. So now we're going to argue about that amongst us. And here again, there's that presumption, and somebody's actually pushing that bullshit down the road. Tell me why I'm not in an Article 3 court. Every fucking court I've ever been in my life has been an Article 3 court. That's somebody who sold you that bullshit that wants you to believe it. And it maybe is not bullshit. But here and again, somebody please show me the fucking receipts, the case law, a Supreme Court decision that says we're not in Article 3 courts before we start pushing the narrative that none of them are Article 3 courts, when Congress clearly set them up pursuant to Article 3. So that's that whole veil that's down in front of some people right now where they believe that. And I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm saying, man, if there is proof, show me that, or else I'm going to continue being in Article 3 courts because that's where I want to be. Prove it. Tell me they're not. Just telling me is one thing.
Yeah, the reason why I say that is just because, you know, Article 3 is for state citizens, and it's just...
I'm a state citizen. I'm a Negro. I'm a U.S. citizen, pink elephant. Again, we're arguing about the dumbest shit I see, and it divides us. And that really, I think, troubles me more than anything in any movement, which this is, which is a beautiful thing to see. And we can all argue in here. We should. Maybe we need to do a little wrestling match, whatever we need to do, get it out of our system. And then when we go into an Article 3 court, which it is, we present ourselves as that instead of telling them I'm not in an Article 3 court, which they're laughing now at you. So just be whoever you need to be, present yourself when you're there, because that's another thing that I really truly have some heartache with, that there are a lot of fuckers that are saying, I'm not this, I'm not that, and I'm a fucking whatever with a manifesto, and then they truly think they're gonna go into a court and present themselves as something else. They're gonna look at you as a crybaby, and they're not going to take you serious. When you put that 25-page manifesto about I'm a fucking freeborn man with blood, blah, 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 and I'm not in an Article 3 court and you guys are cocksuckers, that is not ever going to be listened to. Please stop doing that. Stop presenting yourself and then wanting to use it for what it's there for. Because they're all looking at you like you're Martians. I would too. Because you're telling me you're not one thing and then you're here wanting the benefits of this thing. I just don't understand that, man. I don't understand that argument. That's one of my big frustrations with movements is I'm not a citizen or I'm not that or whatever. The court is, as Brandon I think was getting ready to say before I interrupt him, for those fucking people. I want to be one of those people if I want to be in that arena, kicking your ass. So there's that whole thing of me telling them I'm not that person that's in there, and then I'm presenting myself as that person that's in there. I hope you understand the dichotomy there and how confusing that is. And I'm not the sharpest pencil. Please explain that to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's also presumptions too. It's also like a presumption that it's not Article 3 versus a presumption that it is. And if we presume that it is, then it is. And if we presume that it is and we agree that it is, and they start operating as though it's not, then we just correct them and say, well, wait a second. If this is an Article 3 court, we should actually be operating this way. Yeah. And then
you're better off to just not do any of it.
Yeah. But
don't go in there with the manifesto and say I'm not this, and then you're presenting yourself as something else. Just go in and beat the living fuck out of them, period. With what your claims are, not with a bunch of horse shit that they're not going to listen to. That's it. And we've seen that. Definitely the two of us have seen that. They'll completely ignore your claims for what you want relief off of because you're telling them you're Puff the fucking Magic Dragon. I hope you get that. So you're in there telling them you're something and trying to present claims against something that you want relief for, and they're never going to give it to you, and they're laughing the whole fucking time because you think it's not an Article 3 court and you're Puff the Magic Dragon. Go in there. Don't tell them what you are. Play the whole game and let them focus on your true claims that you have relief that you can get for. Because we all want to go right there. We want to tell them who we are. We all know we're children of God. We know we have inalienable rights. So all of those things, we don't have to get in all huffy in front of them and tell them who we are and what we are. Kind of like what Brandon was saying on, a slight tangent about the license. He feels very passionate about that. I equally feel the same way about court. All these fucking melon heads are going in there just blabbering off stupid shit they saw on a YouTube video, and these guys are looking at you like, what the fuck is going on, bro? And they never get to your claims because you're fighting for the next 8 months telling them you're not Puff the Magic Dragon in a fucking Article 4 court. Please stop doing that. Start going in and killing them with the procedural component that actually gets you to the claims that you want relief off of. So I think Cam pointed it out really well, I believe, the other day when he said there are 3 things that we're focused on: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And if you're old as dirt like I am, there was something else that I think we've lost now in our school systems in particular. One nation. Not 52 fucking micronations, one nation under God. It's the only motherfucker I'm under. Sorry, not any courts or any of that other bullshit. Indivisible. What are we trying to do right now? Divide ourselves, with liberty. Hope you understand what that means. And justice for all. Somebody in the back a minute ago said, fuck your democracy. Yes. every time I hear these melon heads that start saying Trump is trying to destroy our democracy, I'm the guy that's raising up and saying, fuck yes he is, and I'm here with him. Because democracy is the dumbest fucking thing on the planet. Republic, you just heard me say it. One republic, that's it, that's one nation. And I just don't understand that people don't understand what a democracy is. And this is what maybe Brandon and I'll get into. So I have a really good case that we can pull up geared towards the 14th, so maybe we can argue about it. But if I said something about gay marriage, and we divided this group because of that, it's probably going to be about a 60-40 split. The democracy, i.e. the 60%, is going to kill all the motherfuckers like me right out here that don't believe in that. The republic that we should all be, all 109, should say, I don't care if you're a guy and you want to kiss pee-pees, go ahead and do that, that's okay, or women with lily pads, do it. And it's none of mine. But I think the republic piece we all lose, it's all of our rights, and it's usually little white chicks that love BLM and all that stuff. Here I am, I'm spewing out my Fox News against the CNN, but we truly forget that we're all in this thing together as a republic, and it's all of our rights. And the one that really fucking teed me off was the COVID thing, as I'm sitting in my backyard smoking a cigar, and that same stupid little bitch 3 months down the road was talking about showing her titties and burning her bra, and it's my rights, my body. And now she hates my fucking guts because I will not inject anything in here from those motherfuckers. And I'm not wearing a mask. Fuck you. So here we are, and she's the one that fucking hates me because I said, go fuck yourself. So because we forgot the republic piece of it and we wanted to enter into a democracy, we have no idea what we're asking for. And when I hear shit about Article 3 and Article 4, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, any more than that gal knew what she was talking about from a democracy / to a republic. It's just the most nonsensical horseshit. The same, and it can be both sides, by the way. I'm picking on one side, but it can go both ways. The same fucking idiots that were driving Teslas all over SoCal are the same motherfuckers 4 months later that were throwing Molotov cocktails and talking about this cocksucker's the Antichrist. What the fuck? How do we change? And it's always an agenda. It's whatever we want to push forward for our own self-benefits, and we're forgetting we're living in a republic where we all have to get along. I promise you there's people that don't like me, especially saying what I'm saying right now. But you got to love me. You've been commanded to. There's only 2 commandments. Love me with all of your heart, mind, body, and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. The other 10 are just moral fucking codes. Don't bang motherfuckers when you're married and all that other shit. Don't kiss wieners. So, I mean, it's really a simple thing that we all get so fired up. You're seeing me animated now, and I'm not screaming like Brandon, but I very well should be. Because it's the stupidest shit. Like, he's fired up about a license. And in the case that I have right now, the craziest thing about it, when we read through that collectively, is the very place I live in is the one that was, I think, fighting it more than anything, and the place where it's really taken effect, the gay marriages and all that other stuff. It was the 6th Circuit, which is Michigan, Ohio, and so forth. They said, no, fuck you. And it was all based off the 14th, and we'll get into that later on, but it was about the state licensing, and they had an issue. Yeah, bro, what's up?
Seen it, and I actually, in fact, I've tried it myself, just putting the living man when we're coming in.
I don't think either way it's not going to hurt you, but just don't make that the arguing point. If they challenge it, if you put it on there, I'm not ready to burn you to cross. Put it on there, bro. I think I've put it on there too. That's cool. Okay. I'm a living man. So are you.
Right.
But if they challenge that, why would they? I've never seen in hundreds of cases where it's ever been challenged once. But I have seen where the crazy fuck that Brandon and I both love, and where he put a 25-page manifesto, the chick said, the woman judge made that the issue and said, you're one of them. Here we are. And she's now got him as a sovereign citizen, and his whole fucking stuff went flying out the window. So I wouldn't address it unless it's addressed. You know,
for those of you who haven't read my SBA appeals brief, opening brief, I've been trying to figure out how to find the middle ground on this, and Joey's been working with me on that. How do I say the most basic elements of status without overdoing it and without going overboard with it? And it's something that I have also struggled with terribly. And the truth of the matter is just oftentimes it's either just not necessary at all, or I don't think anyone's ever figured it out. And I think the reason why no one's ever figured it out is because without Slaughterhouse and Dred Scott, and I know Joey and I differ a little bit, I think maybe a little bit less now that he's seen my presentation, maybe, but I was trying to figure out, like, how do I prove all this stuff? Where is the original judges talking about this? Like, where is in Slaughterhouse is the exact sentences where the U.S. citizen category was born. Mr. Miller says, it was said by eminent judges that there were no U.S. citizens prior to this, and it was never defined or put into the Constitution, but such as each person was only a citizen of one of the several states. It's very similar to what he says. And he says that over and over and over in a bunch of different ways. And in Dred Scott, you don't see any of that shit in there at all. If they say U.S. citizen, they're not talking about a specific class of persons. So it's very, very clear. Slaughterhouse is where that class of persons was born. And he says very clearly, there is a U.S. citizen and a state, depends on various characteristics, blah, blah, blah. So if you don't know Slaughterhouse, like the back of your hand, you can't bring up, so you're bringing up all the stuff, living man, this and that, all this other stuff, it's all irrelevant because it's not anything that has to do with anything through case law. So I feel like I'm the first guy to go into case law and find the exact moment these things actually occurred, pull the exact sentences. I'm not the one saying it. I'm not even the one saying anything. I say I'm a man of the Union, just like Mr. Miller said in the Slaughterhouse cases. Here's the quote. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I'm a citizen of a state of the Union, just like Mr. Miller says in this quote. Quote. How in the fuck are you going to argue with that? But when you say I'm this and I'm that and I'm a purple people eater and I'm all these various things, yeah, if you guys want to push that, the way I would push it is if you want to be a real fucking prick, it's probably not going to go very well, but you'll probably get a little bit of traction, just say it's all a 301 presumption. I'm white man, I'm a purple people eater, and I'm 7 feet tall. And I've got a 14-inch horse cock. Oh, well, Mr. Williams, Your Honor, my presumptions were never rebutted with evidence.
Drop your pants.
3 is the Now, real quick, a lot of you guys came here for financial and discharge related things, as we talked about earlier. Also, at the same time, very few of you have done anything. Now, keep in mind, every single question, pretty much, not every single one, but most of them, since I've been here, you guys have privately been talking to me, are all finance and discharge related. You are playing the video game for the first time on the hardest setting. And that's okay. You can fire up a video game right now, put it on nightmare difficulty, and get your ass handed to you all day, all night, every fucking day until the day you die, no problem. If you want to do it, do it. But I'm letting you know right now, it's like you better be ready to litigate, you better be building your case, you better have the federal rules of evidence all sorted out, you better have your civil rules of procedure worked out, you better be ready to file all that shit in, fight it. You better know all your procedure and everything. That's discharge. Discharge is a body of actions and activities. And the IRS is super easy, and a couple other things are super easy. The IRS, you could practically piss in the snow, and that one's done. Besides that, everything else is really, really going to be the full gamut. You need to know everything. You need to work through everything. I disagree. Well, she can disagree all she wants. She can disagree until the cows come home. Coming from a guy who's done this in 8 million different directions and gotten 80 trillion reports and who's gotten his ass handed to him in so many courts he can't even count, I'm telling you, you better be ready for the long haul. You better be ready to learn every goddamn thing under every goddamn fucking rule list. Joey didn't even need a lot of this shit until I started fucking failing miserably at everything. And then he's like, God damn, I need to fucking expand my fucking tool chest. And he's the one who went out and figured out about Federal Rule of Evidence 301 and presumptions. He's the one who figured out about the rule of professional conduct 3.7, where an attorney can't operate as an advocate and a witness at the same time. He's the one who did all that shit. I'm the one who brought it to you guys and started talking about it because I'm the one with the big mouth. He's the one who figured it all out. So keep in mind, and I'm sure him or I are going to figure out more shit and 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 more shit. If I got to be a fucking triple black belt in every motherfucking martial arts that's ever existed since the dawn of fucking humanity to win a goddamn discharge case, so be it. The problem is, you guys are brand new, and you guys have these questions, and it's driving me a little crazy. How do I tap out fucking Joe Rogan in 5 minutes? That's a journey, my friend. That's a journey. I'll be the first one to tell you it can be done. I'm not telling you it can't be done. I'm not telling you don't do it. In fact, I will christen your ship myself. And if you're a hot chick, I'll spank your ass myself, okay? I'll never tell you can't do it. The problem is if you think it's going to take 5 minutes, and in actual fact it's going to take 15 years, it's going to be a rough ride. It's going to be a fucking rough ride. You're not going to be a happy camper. So with that said, I haven't done a whole lot with the discharge stuff. I haven't answered a whole lot of questions on that, and I've been sort of avoiding that because I get these questions and I'm just like, Jesus, fuck. You guys need to review the material like another 400 times. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. I don't know how else to really softball it more than that. If you can't draw out the entire UCC flowchart yourself with no notes immediately and instantly, you probably don't get it. Frankly. If you were in a prison cell and I gave you a piece of paper and a pen and I said draw out the UCC 3 flowchart from memory and you have 15 minutes to do so, if you were able to do that, you probably wouldn't be asking me these kinds of questions. Just to be honest. So with that said, I'm willing to open up the floor for some of those sort of related questions. Just know that if it's something that's just absolutely ridiculous, and it's something that I hammer in video number 4 or video number 3 of A Journey into UCC 3 in extensive detail, I might just either not answer it or give you a very short answer. But I know that's what a lot of you guys want. So with that said, let's go ahead and open up the floor for questions. Now the questions could be on anything. It could be on Joey stuff, it could be on credit, it could be on finance, it could be on driving versus traveling, trusts. I know a couple of people have asked me about trusts. Trusts are simple. There's so much confusion. There's been so much confusion forever, for hundreds of years. A trust is a contract. That's all it is. The executor or settler or grantor writes the contract. The trustee operates the contract that the grantor, executor, or settler created to benefit the beneficiary using whatever assets were put into the trust. Those assets are called the res of the trust, R-E-S. And that is it. Ecclesiastical and this and buttfuckery this trust and anal rapery this trust and fucking the Eastern Star, Northern Indian Hindu trust. And it's all bullshit. All of it's bullshit. An ecclesiastical trust is just a trust that happened to have some fucking religious hint to or spiritual hint to it. It's irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything. A trust is a trust is a trust. Yes, there's domestic and foreign trust, but domestic and foreign to what? It's a relative fucking answer. Oh, I want to learn how to make a foreign trust. You already don't get it. A foreign trust is foreign to what? DC. Well, no. Foreign trust, if you're a state citizen, then as a state citizen, a foreign trust would be a trust outside of the state in which you have citizenship. So as a state citizen, as a Californian, for me, my definition of a foreign trust would be a trust that's outside of California. But in terms of the United States Code, their definition of a foreign trust is something that's outside of the District of Columbia or one of her insular possessions or U.S. territories or whatever. So keep in mind that it's quite simple, really. I mean, it took me years to be able to say that, so it's funny. But now it's pretty simple. I feel like I can explain these things pretty simply, right? So you have a domestic trust and a foreign trust. That's it. And it's all relative to where you're at. And if there's no locations being conversed about, then even that's irrelevant. If you aren't talking about a location in relation to another location, foreign or domestic means nothing. So the only reason why you would ask me about foreign versus domestic is because you want a trust that can't get touched or fucked with. So the basis of the entire question is based off of an out-of-control fucking government that we should have had control of a long time ago, and we didn't because we're fucking retarded and dumbass little bitches. So had we had control over it to begin with, you're not going to see people freaking out, running around trying to get foreign trusts in 1840. What's the point? Who gives a fuck? You're not paying taxes, everything's gold and silver, everybody's doing fine. A trust in 1840 was like basically to pass it down to your grandkids. That's about it. Or your kids. That's it. There's no other fucking purpose. And even that's like, who gives a fuck? Having things in your own name in 1840 didn't mean anything.
Can you clear up irrevocable and revocable? Help us understand that a little bit.
Revocable just means it can be revoked by the grantor, settlor, or executor. Irrevocable means it can't. That's it.
So which one should we do? We get so many messages from so many.
You can do whatever you want. I like irrevocable because it removes one more possibility of failure out of the mix. If they want to go and they want to blackmail your fucking settler and they want to say that your settler runs an international child porn ring and they want to fucking deposit planted evidence on their shit in order to take down your fucking trust, they can. Irrevocable, they can't do that. So I like irrevocable because it's just I want to take out every single point of failure in everything I do in life, including my car, including my business, including this, including my platform, everywhere. I want to remove as many possible areas of failure as could possibly be there. With irrevocable, you're just removing one more possible zone of failure. No. An irrevocable trust, once it's written, it is that way unless the executor gives the trustee the ability to change the trust. And if they do that, they can say, the executor hereby declares the trustee may only change the place of domicile or naturalization of the trust and may change no other articles or things in the trust. If that's the case, if the executor writes that the trustee may only do certain things within the trust, then the trustee may only do those certain explicit things within the trust forever. If the executor allows the trustee to do whatever the fuck they want, then there you go. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
Which is exactly how I have mine written up. So with what Brandon's saying, I'm irrevocable as well. I'll never do anything other than irrevocable. And it's all set up for the benefit of the beneficiaries. That's the key. With the high-risk litigation world that I'm in, I want to be able, and the reason why I do this, I want to be able to, again, clean hands, good faith, those things I keep saying. When I'm standing in front of the judge and he's saying, Mr. Kimbrough, do you own anything? I can honestly say today I own nothing. Do you have any assets? I have nothing. Do you have, because these are questions that I've been asked before, so this is coming from experience. Are you the beneficiary? There's key words that they're using there of any insurance policies, this, that, and the other. So the only thing that we've talked about extensively, that Exhibit A is yours. Nobody in this fucking world sees the Exhibit A on a trust, and I handle a lot of trust for family members with pour-over wills attached to those. So the Exhibit A is what we're referencing. We're not putting fucking property addresses and I got 3 coins and 6 rings and all that other shit. It is on the Exhibit A. Now I'm talking about in the trust and the will itself as to who the beneficiaries are. That's okay. Jacob, McKenzie, and Colton. So it's never going to be, my wife and I are the trustees. Now where we differ a little bit here, that's okay, because again, we're Indiana trust law. I've set my stuff up, even though it is irrevocable, and it's in my wife's name to protect anything that we do if I go to Crazyville in litigation, is we do have the ability to sell the house. It's got to be as the fiduciaries for the beneficiaries, and that's really what you got to wrap your head around. So as long as what my wife and I are doing, and it's for the benefit of the kids, i.e. we're talking about trustees for the beneficiaries, there's where you got to kind of wrap your head around it, I can still sell that fucking house. As long as I have a bank account that's set up that says Lisa Kimbrough Irrevocable Trust, so that the money's deposited in that, and then I'm going to go buy another house or whatever that is. But it's never a problem until it's a problem, right? I think that's what we try to develop all these problems. And I think Brandon does a good job kind of dispelling all of those. It's never an issue until it's an issue kind of thing. So just make sure you're walking the line, you're coloring in, in the box, like I say, pursuant to the state laws and everything else, and how you're wanting to set it up, what you're wanting to protect, and what you're ultimately wanting to do with that. I wouldn't put a lot of crazy stuff in there that you really want your hands on. I've seen revocable too. I have one that I'm the trustee for that's revocable. I hate it. One, she's got a sizable estate, and you can get your dick beaters on the revocable trusts, and that's what I hate about it. Somebody can tap into that stuff. The irrevocable, fuck that. Good luck. It's locked up tighter than Fort Knox because it goes to the beneficiaries. All I am is a trustee. I'm here to operate in a fiduciary capacity. So that's my 2 cents. I'll always have irrevocable, man. I'm nothing but, especially in the high stakes game I'm in. So.
Yeah, I think the secret to a lot of these things is to focus on the key words that make up a subject. For example, with trusts. You guys go off on fucking into the sunset and you die there, okay, all the time. Now the thing is, all you gotta do is look up every goddamn definition and every goddamn court case under the sun, moon, and stars for the word executor. Look up every goddamn court case and every fucking definition for the word settler. Look up every goddamn trustee. That's not gonna be pretty tough, so maybe not for trustee, but for all the other, and beneficiary is gonna be pretty tough too, but you see my point. At least look up all the definitions available for all of those words. And then res, you're going to be looking up all the definitions for those words. And a lot of times in Black's Law, all this bullshit on the internet, Black's Law this, Black's Law is bullshit. Old versions are bullshit. That's all. I've never seen any of that, even with the bar cards. And the bar cards will jerk you off any way they can. In a bad way, really bad way, with fucking sandpaper gloves, really. I mean, so the thing is that in Black's Law, it's all case law. So when you have these haters and they're like, Black's Law, sovereign citizen, it's like, whoa, wait a second, you stupid fuck. Black's Law is just, not all of it, but a lot of it's just case law. It's just fucking case law. It's a definition that came out of a fucking case. And you already know that case law is fine, even in your dumbass fucking brain that you make fun of me. So you're an idiot. You're fucking stupid. So let's say there's a definition in Black's Law of settler, and you look at it and you're like, what the fuck is this all about? And there's a case listed there. You can look up the case. You can read what they're talking about in the case. And it might be very, very technical, and you go, oh boy, this is too much, too far over my head. Okay, fine, no problem. Make a note of it, come back to it later. Maybe you're not ready for that. But a lot of times it can be pretty easy too. So you can go into the case and you can read about settler. You see a definition of settler, and it's this, that, and the other thing. And you go and you read the case and this and that. You're gonna be big. You're gonna have no more than the bar cards do about this. I'm telling you, like a fucking weekend, man. Like a fucking weekend. Like 2 days. All you need is settler, executor, grantor, res, trustee, beneficiary. Just those. That's it. Ecclesiastical, cocksuckery, Eastern Star, blah, blah, all that shit. Just throw all that shit out. Everything. That's all just, when I hear that, all I hear is I am fucking confused as fuck. That's what I hear. The trust is a person, so that's also another important element that obviously most of you guys should know or do know. And the reason why, one of the ways you can think of a person when you hear that term is it's a bunch of people that operate together as a single unit, and they operate together with like basically one final decision or action for most things. That's a really good way to think of the word person, right? Above and beyond all the craziness I went over yesterday, I'm just saying like the basic theory of the word person is it's a whole bunch of people, whether it's 1,000 or just 2, that operate basically with one body, one mind, and they come together, and him and I may have a group together, but by the time we have a decision on something, it comes out as one piece. So me and Joey will fight over the 14th for 4, 5, 6, 7 months. After 7 months, we finally agree that we're going to go ahead and just say yes to a question about the 14th Amendment, even though we're not on the same page. That group of which we are involved in, together as a unit, operates as a single person. And that person may not necessarily have the same opinion as us as individuals, but when we're working together as a unit, the final answer for that person is yes, or no, or whatever. And that's where the word person, that's the basic functionality of the word person, and that's how it kind of relates to nations. Nation is a person. If it operates as one unit that winds up with decisions or ideas as to certain things, right? So keep in mind the word person, you know, it's just really what is that final output for that group activity. Could almost be considered like the opinion or answer of that person. And it may not necessarily reflect every single individual opinion or idea of the people who make up the body of which is that person. Okay? Anything you want to add to that, Joey?
No, I think that's he hit the nail on the head as far as that goes. There's somebody behind you right there that has a question.
Yeah, I'm going to hit him.
Maybe
Let's go ahead and get it.
Thank you. All right, so we have the trust set up. We have it signed. We go to a bank to set up a trust account. I've set up an unincorporated association in the past, and they wanted my social security number as a grantor on the account. And I walked out, and then I was like doing some research, poking around. Eventually, I had to the only way I could set it up was by using my social security number. So I did that. When it comes to trust, are we leaving ourselves vulnerable if we're putting a grantor's social security number when we open up an account like that? This is more on the practical side.
So if someone in China wants to come to the United States and they want to open up a trust account, what the fuck are they supposed to do? I'm fresh off the boat. Ching chong, I don't fucking speak any English. What the fuck am I going to do? I'm telling you, I don't know about all this shit, bro. I'm telling you, there's probably a way you can get it open.
Brandon, I've been in PMAs for 2.5, 3 years now. So I've researched this quite a bit. I've talked to a lot of raw milk farmers. We have not been able to figure out now how to get around getting an EIN for the PMA without a social. We also have not been able to figure out how to open a bank account yet without your social. But when you open your bank account for your PMA or trust, there is a form that you sign that says, I am not the owner of these funds. I am just I'm just the trustee. So one of my mentors, they've gone into his bank account that he's the trustee for 4 times. They have gone and garnished garnished money out of his bank accounts. He has gotten it reversed because he is only a signee on the account. He does not own those funds. So even if they do something, usually he's gotten it reversed really quickly. So you are not the owner of those funds, and you can still legit say that. So I don't have a problem giving my social anymore for that situation because it's still out of my name. So when you do discharge anything, there's nothing in your name, and you look like a really bad defendant, and they're less likely to take you to court.
Yeah, and I just don't think it fucking matters, because the thing is it's the social security number is an EIN number for a sole proprietorship, which comes from 26 CFR 301.7701-11. So it's an EIN number for 2 types of entities. and all of you should already know the answer to this, but what are the two types of entities that are the only types of entities that an SSN can apply to? Does anyone know the answer?
Sole proprietor and the trust estate.
Bingo! This guy got it. You almost had it. So there's only two types of entities, and you can verify this under box 9A on the SS4 form. There's only two types of entities, and you can correlate that to 26 CFR 301.7701-11. And there are only two types of entities that can have a social security number. One is a sole proprietorship. Two is an estate. And if you look on the SS4 where it says estate, it says SSN of decedent, which means dead person. So I don't even know, I'm a little bit confused myself. I don't know if the estate has the SSN or the dead person. I don't know what it is. We're not going to get into that right now because I have no way of confirming any of the information, so I'm not going to do it. So an estate, it says SSN of decedent. So does that mean that an SSN can only apply to a sole proprietorship or a dead sole proprietorship? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it fucking matters. So the SSN is, and I think that's where this whole like dead entity, dead person, I'm not a dead person, all this kind of information came from out of this whole conversation, but I've just never seen anyone cohesively talk about any of this, so I'm not sure how the fuck they came to those conclusions anyways. But as far as I'm concerned, you know, I'm here, I'm transacting things, I'm doing things, so it doesn't make sense that it would be an estate. Maybe it is. It just makes sense to me that it's a sole proprietorship. It's a fucking business. You're doing business. You're creating all these fucking promissory notes every time you use your goddamn credit card. It's a fucking business. Adds up to me. Makes perfect fucking sense. So the sole proprietorship is just a fucking number that represents, the social security number is just a number that represents a business that has your name. So, you know, if you want to think about it that way, you're pretty much just the agent for everything. And the reason why you're the agent for everything is because our world is gone. Our world is gone. It doesn't exist. Our world has completely disappeared. Our world is what it says in the Naturalization Act of 1802, a common law court of record. The closest thing, as far as I can tell, that we have to that is something like the county recorder, or like Joey said earlier, just fucking presume that it is, say that it is, and if no one fucking stops you, then bang, you've got yourself a common law court of record. I don't know. Fuck it. That's the closest you can get, at least. If it's not, like if you go down all the definitions, you say, no, Brandon, it's not. Well, that's the closest you can get. I don't know how you can get any closer. And we have people in the assemblies and stuff like that who have tried to put this shit together, and they always fucking explode into flames all the time, these fucking assemblies. That's why I never got involved in any of them. They turn into fucking nuclear bombs every 6 months. So, I mean, you've never seen me involved in any assembly because all I've ever seen from those goddamn things is fucking internal strife and warfare. I don't need to be the father. I don't need Maury to tell me, you are the father of some fucking assembly, and have to play dad all day and keep everybody from killing each other. If they want to kill each other, fuck it. Yeah, I'll be on the sidelines smoking a cigar with Joey and having a fucking Mike's Hard Lemonade.
So I was working for this douchebag a few years ago, and I was trying to figure out what to do with it when I found your first course. And so basically I worked managing a grow scene, doing like 3 people's work arguably with a repetitive stress injury in my shoulders. He never gave me workman's comp. He always said he was going to bring the paperwork. He lives in Tahoe, and I'm out in the fucking mountain managing this whole thing. 7 greenhouses, 2,000 plants. It was fucking nuts. So anyways, right before fires hit, thank God I quit then, he fucking like ends up firing me, and I'm like, dude, like I'm injured, like I can't keep doing this shit. And then, so I fucking left. And he's like, oh, well, you quit, so I'm not gonna pay you. So he owes me like $30,000 easily. I tried going through like the state system for the injury and for the wages, and he has all these fucking LLCs and all this bullshit like set up. But I know where he lives, I have his fucking address and all this shit. on a fucked up note, like I do a comedy set where I talk about like working for a guy, you know, named Dan Vincent, and now his name sounds like venison. When he sees titties, he's like a deer in the headlights and all this shit, right? And I'm like, I think your wife would like my comedy. Maybe you should fucking pay me before I put this on a fucking internet. So I don't know. That's like kind of where I'm fucking heading with this, because I'm like really pissed about it still. I don't know if there's any other kind of remedy you would suggest.
Yeah, there's remedy in that. It's all the same. You know, I'm going to start probably giving you guys the same answer. I think me and Joey should just start giving you guys the same answer and over again, which is just Rule 301 presumptions. Fuck you. This is your LLC. Fuck you. This is the LLC you had that fucked me over. Fuck you. The LLC's in fucking Nevada, even though it's not. Fuck you. I have a fucking 14-inch horsecock. Fuck you. I'll see you in court. That's what the bar cards do. That's what all the fucking bar cards do.
I would add to that to build the file. Build your evidentiary file, send it across, certified signature required, and then go from there, man. I mean, if that's the thing that I think I felt the emotional charge there, and I get it. And I've been on the other side of that too, as that employer in the state of Indiana. And usually when they reached out to me, the Consumer Protection Division, I don't want to make it sound like I was fucking crazy and trying to treat everybody like Egyptian, slaves, but I had one of those pop up. It wasn't $30K, it was just like a few weeks of overtime. But when I got the letter from the Indiana Attorney General Consumer Protection Division, I paid the fucking few $100s that it was. It wasn't anything. Yours is $30K, so I don't know if you've went the route far enough. You said you got the state involved. I get it. I'm going to hold you to that. But use that as a resource as you're building, your evidentiary piece. But I would also take the emotion out of it. Just list the declaration of facts. Make sure your brother gets a copy of them, i.e. the asshole. And then now you have the grounds for the future litigation if he doesn't get his head out of his ass. Now, me and you are kindred spirits. I get it. The whole comedy act. There's the defamation piece that could be. If I'm coming back at you on the other side, I'm saying, I just be cool with that a little bit, maybe. I get it. If you get your $30,000 worth of pound of flesh is what you're looking for there, then maybe we call it even. But if I'm him, I'm going to go, hey, man, this fucking, I'm going to be a little bitch, and this guy's talking shit about me, and it's cost me $300,000. That'd be my counterclaim. You hear that a lot from Brandon, and I agree with that too, by the way. I'm going to come back at you with a counterclaim. I'm going to tell you every time you presented that set, if we're talking candidly as a group, we should be talking like this. And then now, all of a sudden, your 30 stacks looks like my 300 stacks is a little bit bigger, and we're negotiating, and it's no big. So I'm all about building evidence, rubbing their nose in the carpet, and then when I have to, file, which I never want to file. That's crazy enough, which I always do file, because I know everybody's not going to operate like you or I are going to moving forward. So let him know, man. Here's what you owe me, bro. Tack a few bucks onto it too, because you want to get his wife a titty job or whatever you want to do, and then have fun with that. But just you got something there. It's real, because guess who it's real to? It's your truth. So just build out your truth how you want. When I say my stuff, it's my truth. I guarantee it. So build it out, send it across to him. Just make sure it's signature certified and all of that good stuff, so he signed for it and received it, and he's going to ignore you. You know that already. The state's going to ignore you. So then when you get in that proper court of jurisdiction, it's fucking game, set, match, because you went in there with your bombs, man.
Your famous line. Get in front of a jury. Who do you think that they're gonna...
I'll cry, man. See that jury, your peers. And that's funny. We haven't asked for that. That's one thing anytime you file, make sure you put that in there that you want a jury. You demand the jury, a trial by jury of your peers. It's because a lot of people leave that off. I am not going to leave the decision to the fucker with the black dress up there, which is exactly what they want.
Can I say something about this?
Yeah.
I'm going to push back on that. And the reason I'm going to push back on that is because people are stupid as fuck out here. These people ain't smart like us. They're going to go against you because they don't know anything, because they've been indoctrinated. Now, Chevron deference last year in July was repealed. All administrative law judges now can be held liable more than any time before. I'm going to allow the judge to be liable for the mistakes he makes.
He's still going to be liable because he's going to make an ass load throughout it procedurally.
Not with a jury. A jury's going to decide it, and it's over with.
But the whole difference where we would disagree just a bit on that, and this is okay, and this is good dialogue to have, is I think a jury of your peers, if you do what we've been talking about, which is the admissible evidence, guess what they're not going to have on the other side unless you allow the presumptions to stand as fact, which we all do. There's the dumbassness that we're talking about. Here's what I will agree. I'm going to have an ass load if I do what I just talked about there of admissible evidence through declarations and affidavits that I want you guys all to be making the decision on, because as you're hearing that trial, the hearing, before you get to it, there'll be a final hearing. And it's like all of us bringing our shit and laying it on the table. Well, I'm going to have a table full of a whole bunch of shit that the jury's going to look at. And you're going to look over there and they're going to have a table of nothing. So now I've won. I've won before we even go. So when we're negotiating there before it even gets to 12 people that look like me, that feel like me. So it's, yeah, however you want to do it, man. Build your ship. I mean, Cam's going to build his ship. I'm going to build my ship. They're going to look completely different. We already know that. I'm just telling you from experience, from my heart. He's telling you from experience and from his heart. We're going to take you down two different paths. Jury hates banks more than, and lawyers more than a lot of stuff. They're going to hate his employer too, because he's going to tell a beautiful story if he builds the evidence right. He doesn't want that story about talking about his wife, whatever the fuck he was saying in the comedy act. Let's leave that out, you know, because I used to be that guy too. I'm going to go kill people with my words because I'm smart and, you know, all that stuff we talked about earlier. We got to leave the emotional bit out, man. Brandon's the one you got to talk to about emotions. You see him all the time, you know. Leave it out. You don't need it. He's getting better. He's not where Uncle Joey's at, but he will. It's a couple more cigars, he'll be there.
Joey just lets me crash and burn until he's so funny. I'm like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this. And Joey's like, all right. And now I know in his voice, now I know. I literally, okay, and then I'm like, fuck.
We literally did that with a client, you know. We've talked about this. We don't have to go too far down that, but I'd already been there, and you can see it. It's Branyan VX Experian I told you about, my buddy, the war vet. And you'll see up there where I'm being threatened, stay out of this, and it was all because I'm Joey Kimbrough, attorney in fact, and I'm, you know, all that bullshit that I guess who else we hear that from now? And I'm like, bro, don't do it. And he says, I'm Brandon Joe Williams, attorney in fact. Okie dokie. Guess what we talked about? So we all got to go down that, though. And you guys will experience that, too, you know, if we ever get to jam together or whatever that is. That's just the natural human nature, man. You're in this arena for the first time, especially a young dude like that that's done so much fucking research for all of us. He wants everybody to know, and they don't give a fuck because they're going to bend him over anyway, and they already know that. So it's just the natural, I'm going to let you have it. Well, I let you have it, and you didn't even see it. Kind of things is the way I look at it. So I want to do whatever I can to have them see it in any way that I can. So yeah, that's you've already heard that. You've heard enough of that. Brandon's going to do it different than Joey's going to do it. The Cam's going to do it. You know, there's no right way. I mean, I was going to say that on Quentin's stuff yesterday, and it really wasn't a ton of need for that. But I never would have filed that second motion. Now, does that mean that he's lesser than me? I can tell you how I would have done it. I would have filed an objection. I would have told the judge exactly what he was doing wrong. I'd have rubbed his nose in it. I'm not saying what he did is wrong because he's getting a hearing with that second motion that he was talking about. So cool, it worked. In that instance, I'd say, okay, pull the transcript from the hearings. That's a win too. So he did what he's done right. I'm skipping the hearing and I'm going straight to the judge's throat and telling him what he did and telling him I'm going to preserve my rights for an appellate review. Neither one of those are wrong, by the way. But there's where the confusion, and that's why I shut my hole up until now. I'm telling you, and maybe I shouldn't have, because there's no need for that. You need to experience your path, and what he was telling you may be the path you want to go. And I'm telling you a bunch of stuff that now is maybe even confusing you even more, but you're going to find your lane, man, if you're going to litigate into anything. It's just all about the facts, the evidence, and you hear that. And as you get into the judicial canons, you'll find that the only two fucking things that the black dress dude or dudess has got, facts and law. You are a trier of facts and law. And what do we allow them to do? work outside of the facts, and sure as hell outside of the law. I told you what the law was. The law is the rules of courts and, you know, all that other stuff. So anyway, it's all in how you want to do it, and if you want to work hard, you can be in there for years. I've been in one for years. I've allowed it to go on, but if you want to straight to the jugular, if it's facts and law, man, there's a summary judgment you can get in pretty quick. There's the way to skip the trial. I just like to have that there so that I can talk to 12 people with that threat. Now, guess what never happens? If you look at this statistic, and please fact check me if you're that person, 95% of all fucking cases never get to trial. Never. Only 5% of all cases that are filed get to trial. So that tells you one of two things. One, it's a bunch of crazy fucks like us that get it thrown out on a 12b6, or I like to believe, the 45-0 guy, is they're all settled before we get to trial. They're not going to allow it if you build it right to get there, or they're going to throw it out. So literally, look at that stat right there, and it's real. An attorney will tell you that 95% of all cases do not get to trial. But I love to have that option, so there you go.
Yeah, and don't take my situation for the. I think me having a big platform and me being as loud as I am plays against me pretty hard in the courts. There's a lot of people watching what I'm doing, and they know that. And they've probably, I don't know if there's ever been somebody like this who's filing crazy ass lawsuits and making a big, huge fucking fuss about it.
You're one of a kind.
Yeah. So this guy over here, right? But his platform's new and it exploded over fucking night. But I mean, like before us, and I'm sure you could probably, if you dug around, I'm just saying there's been very few people. So don't take, we got a guy, Gabriel Green. He put in this mess, kind of a mess of a complaint, and the judge, I couldn't believe it. Shit that he didn't even clearly ask for. Like, if I did anything within 4,000 miles of what Gabriel did, they'd throw me out of a closed window. They wouldn't even open it first. And they're just feeding this guy what he needs and saying, oh yeah, come on through. Helping him. And I'm over here just like, and Gabriel emails us and he's like, oh man, I don't know, I'm kind of upset and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, upset about what the fuck are you upset about? What in the fuck are you upset about? Oh, well, they dismissed some of my claims. I'm like, yeah, but they've got all these other ones that they're giving you, or this other one that they're giving you. And they're just handing it to him. It's unfucking believable. So just keep in mind, don't look at my shit as a reference point. You can get information from it, but I really don't think anyone's gonna have as hard of a time as I'm having. I really don't. I joke and I say things, and don't go into it thinking it's gonna be a walk in the park, but also I wouldn't think it's gonna be as hard as what I'm fucking going through, honestly.
I promise you it's not.
Yeah, I'm trying to convert the whole thing over, so it's.
Let me do a little fact check to a brother here too. Since we're all here as one family. So, I was on that call with the two Minnesota attorneys where this particular young man says, I got a fucking platform of 35,000 people, and I'd be glad to send you. So he was on there just letting the attorneys have it, too. So he brings on a lot of his own pain. Don't let him fool you.
Who, me?
You're the young man that I'm referring to.
Oh, shit, I totally wasn't.
With the Minnesota case where Herte and Robert Kuba were on there, and you said, I got a fucking platform, you watch this, I'll send an email out and blah. You go ahead and file a fucking complaint against me.
Okay, so there's this dumb bitch, Barcard. so she gets on there, she's all hot to try. We always talk about how she's missing out on, she needs to get bigger anal beads.
Yes.
This fucking dumb bitch, she's freaking out and saying all this shit. And, if people are recording it, great. Herte, go ahead and file that defamation suit. The way that it went down was, it was like, you're doing this and you're doing that, and we're going to file in this and sanctions and all that. I'm like, oh, great, do it. I said, I've got an email list of 50,000 people. I said, send me the report. Can you file it in and send me a copy? Oh, yes, Mr. Williams, I can do that for you. I'm like, don't you forget now. Don't you forget now when you file that unlicensed practice of law. Be sure to send me a copy. I got 50,000 hungry people waiting. Oh, definitely, Mr. Williams. I'm definitely going to file. Never got anything. Dumb bitch, just like everybody else. They just threaten shit, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They just threaten shit. They just bark. I've never gotten anything from fucking Herte, and I never will. So, there you go.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you read the IRS publication 583?
Next question.
That was a good one, easy.
All right, a question for all three of you, Cam, Brandon, Joey. Say we switch spots, you're brand new to all of this shit, you've been sitting here all weekend getting your mind blown, skull fucked, just swimming. You leave here, what's the first thing you do if you're in my position?
You join my Discord.
I personally don't like this question very much. I get asked this a lot, and I can't stand this question. Sorry, so fuck you. The reason why I don't like it is because I can't. It's like the same thing. The two things that make me the most angry is the driver's license shit. But I need to rent cars. But I need to rent cars. Fuck you and fuck your cars. Okay? That's the first thing that pisses me off. The second thing that pisses me off is when people say, how do I endorse an instrument? Well, I don't know. I'm not the fucking holder. I have no fucking idea. I have no fucking clue. That's the answer. Oh, well, why don't you go get a driver's license? So this, what do I do first? What do I do second? Just study the information, chill out, don't fucking freak out, don't whip your dick out in 3 seconds. Treat this stuff the same way you treat a woman. Don't whip your dick out in 6 seconds.
I think he's
give
speaking,
her, give her
speaking for
13
himself there.
seconds. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, like it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and I see the intent. The intent is, I like this, it's exciting me, and I want to get started, which is good. That's good. That's good. But if you don't know what you want to do and you don't know where you want to start, you probably aren't ready to start, maybe, possibly. Or you just need to fucking pick something eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and just do it. It's one of the two. If the idea of taking any action makes you shake so hard that it's like going to fracture the bones of your body, you should probably take a deep breath and step back for a minute.
Revoke your voter license. No risk to that.
Yeah, things like voter licenses, opening a trust, or doing a passport, if you can't do those, maybe you should just go get a driver's license. How about that? I'm going to start using that as a way to really fuck with people. I'm not going to say you're a piece of shit cunt. I'm going to say, you look like a guy who's got a driver's license.
That's even worse.
You look like a guy who's got a fucking unexpired fucking driver's license. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, so that's it for me. Whatever Joey wants to say on that.
Well, I was going to say, I would agree with Cam. I think one of the things you should do if you're interested in driving, we've been beating that to death. I think I needed to join his Discord. I'm not a part of it right now, but I'm very interested in what Cam's got to say there. I see the work that they're doing. I appreciate that, and I need to learn more because there will be a time when Uncle Joey gets pulled over. I promise you that, just the way that I drive. I do not have a license, so I know that I need that resource more than anything. So to answer your question, wherever you're going to go, whatever you're going to do, I operate a lot of stuff outside of credit. Credit's my space. That's where I'm going to die on that hill because I love it. It's truly what I'm passionate about. It's where I have the record. I have a few other ones outside of that with commercial stuff and everything else that I'm definitely in, but that's me, myself. I'm not taking anybody on that ride because I don't want to be responsible for telling you something I haven't proved myself. But if you're interested in going down that path, here's my offer for you as far as the credit piece, austincreditfix.com. austincreditfix.com. You'll see a landing page that I put there, and that's going to be a full immersion. This isn't me filling out forms for people and holding their dicks like I've done with all of my clients in the past. This is truly you becoming the fisherman that I believe that I am right now. It's truly changed my life, and if whether it's 6, 7 figures, whatever your mind will take you to, or whether you just want your shit cleaned up, you're going to see a little form on there, and what that form is going to generate is a Calendly conversation.
Say the URL again.
austincreditfix.com. It's just a landing page I put together before I flew out here, literally an hour and a half before I went to bed that night. So it's nothing extensive, not a lot of stuff. You'll see a cartoon character, Pro Say Joe, that's me. So just a little form. It's going to get you a Calendly link. I'm just trying to figure out where you're at. If this is something you're interested in, I'd love to take the journey with you. It's something I've not done. It's me changing from the guy that's creating everything for people at a very high price to somebody that truly wants to walk the journey and hold hands and take you all the way from the initial disputing part of it all the way through the credit and getting everything discharged. Or if, as you'll see on there, if you want to go after damages, what I'm signing up for is 12 months of a journey with you, essentially. So if that's something you're interested in, great. It'll get you a 45-minute conversation with me on the house. I really want to find out where your fucking head's at. If that's something that you wanted to do, right now I'm saying 10 people probably, because I've given a lot of people my cell number and email. And, I want it. I was equating this to somebody earlier. I want that full immersion to be where it's literally like my wife, if she texted or emailed me, is probably the only person on this earth that I would answer right now. I want that to be something that I actually can give you. So I'm going to limit it at 10 right now is what I have in my mind going on that journey. So if you're interested, great. If not, that's okay too. I have this feeling I'm probably going to be putting out a lot of free content. There's already some stuff that I'm working on in my mind. But if somebody wants to take the journey, man, I'm all about it right now. I'm kind of all in, and I really want to go in teach mode on the stuff that I know, and that would be the way that I could do it. Modules, Zoom calls, shit like that. I think we're going to get completely, in the grains and making sure that you're going to be successful. So
I love it.
Thank you for all of the kindness that you've shown to this Indiana hillbilly that's flown all the way out here to Texas to be able to sit here and spend time. You've given me truly your most valuable resource, and I hope I've at least given you that value too. And I appreciate, like I said, Brandon and Cam. I know they've done the same, a lot of research, so good stuff.
Beautiful. Okay, we're going to go to the next one here.
I just wanted to thank everybody that I met here, and I appreciate everybody, and I appreciate this coming together. I mean, there's a lot of good vibration, and I respect these three men, and I'm so grateful. I'm going to be following and continue to follow all of them, and I want to just have everybody thank them right now, and then I want to say one last thing. Thank you very much. As far as the process and the courts and the different approaches, everybody has a different one, and I've tried a lot of different ones, and I know what doesn't work because I haven't had much success, unfortunately, and I'm going to be reaching out for some assistance moving forward. But with respect to the Constitution, no doubt about it, it's very important. We got to start using it more, and I think it is going to continue to be more relevant as we move forward from here forward. But as far as juries, I'm all for juries. I did a private jury in a case that got me charged with simulated documents. So they're always, the cabal I call them, they're always trying to put us in a box, and they're always trying to put us down when we try to use the Constitution. With that being said, I do believe juries are important, but I've seen a lot of people that had juries that the facts and the evidence was clearly on their side, and unfortunately, our peers aren't really our peers, and they're so dumbed down that they don't even understand how to apply facts and evidence. And so these guys, all three of them, have a way to keep you out of going all the way through to a jury. And that's what I'm thinking, because they make mistakes. There's so many mistakes that's being made by attorneys, district attorneys, cops, everybody that gets you up to that point in a case, that we have to defeat them at these other levels. So the injunction, I think, is super important, and that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, guys.
I'd say just kind of along those lines, I think what we've given you is a really good idea to really start thinking about building that evidence effectively. And I'm not saying I was going to be an asshole and come back at you. Well, bro, you shouldn't have done the simulated documents in, because I know you didn't do that. I'm not going to go there. But the fact is if you get those evidentiary pieces nailed down and you're going to go to a jury, what makes you think that the fucking bench trial is going to be any better, because the guy that's keeping the cock blocking the evidence from going to the jury anyway is the motherfucker that's going to be deciding a bench trial. So I want a good chance at 12 people that look like me that I know I effectively built everything up, versus one motherfucker that wears a black dress that's going to decide the whole fucking thing. You know, so that's kind of my 2 cents on that. Now, there's also, you've heard from me, keeping him in line, him or her in line too, throughout the judiciary codes of conduct, which is very real too. And I hope you wrap your head, and I hope you study that piece of it, because it is real. So you can control that judge. So I'm not arguing with my friend. I truly am not. Whatever you choose to do, fuck it. You know, I'm not mad at him. This is kind of the cool shit we ought to be talking back and forth about. You do you, I'll do me, and we'll get along, man. I want you to tell me that I'm fucked up and I've won 96 cases and it was all with the judge because I listened to you about judicial. Awesome, dude. That'd be the coolest thing in my world. I'd never ask for a jury again in my life. But right now we're just kind of spitballing. But he does have, you know, his experience. There we are again, you know, which is different than mine.
How to Win Without a Lawyer, the howtowinincourt.com, Dr. Graves. I did the course. It's not the worst thing in the world, but a lot of that got put into my my litigation mini course, the videos that are on YouTube. A lot of that came from the Dr. Graves course. The Dr. Graves course it's cool. It's better than a lot of other things you're going to find, but at this point, I mean, what we've gone over in this seminar is already so fucking far beyond Dr. Graves. Like if I were to give you a little Dr. Graves right now, we would just mosey into like duty breach damages and how to build a cause of action, which is something that he does a really good job of in that course, which we could probably go over in like 15, 20 minutes without a whole lot of effort. So it's not the worst thing in the world, definitely for sure, but I don't know. If you watch my litigation course video, it's pretty much there. I mean, yeah.
The one thing I'll say, and this is going to sound like I'm slinging mug, I have no fucking idea who Dr. Graves is. I did read that because I got it off of. I'm actually the guy that said, hey, there's some bitch sharing a lot of fucking copyrighted stuff on your page, bro. You better shut it down. So I read it, so now turn me in if you want to. But here's what I found. Dr. Graves is very, very upfront. By the way, his content is awesome. What was missing for me when I became enlightened with the back end of what Brandon just gave me credit for that he and I are now using extensively is I went and I looked as soon as I heard him say he's a Florida attorney. And here you go again. Please fact check me on this. Roll of attorneys in the state of Florida. And you'll see that Dr. Graves is right now an active fucking attorney in the state of Florida. Not throwing any shade at Dr. Graves because what he gave you in that course is good. But I'm wondering why in the fuck isn't he telling me about presumptions, which is phase 2.0 of what Joey was telling you? Why isn't this motherfucker that knows all the stuff that I know now and now you do not telling me that about the fucking judges and everything? It's because the motherfucker is still an attorney in the state of Florida. So there you say, again, his shit's good. I just take it with a grain of salt when you haven't told me the whole fucking thing. And the only thing that he did tell me is on a video that he's still an active attorney. So then I went and looked at the roll of attorneys in the state of Florida, which we can all do right now, and you'll put in his name and it says he's an active bar card and has been since like 1985. Fuck you. He just lost me right there.
Plus, on jurisdiction, real quick, on jurisdictionary, there's a section about mortgages where he literally talks about how there's like people going out saying that the mortgage is actually an instrument that has monetary value. That's bullshit. Don't listen to it. None of that stuff is real. It's all bullshit. Somebody got sold some shitty bill of goods. It's all horseshit, which that's all very much real. It's a negotiable instrument. It's an unconditional promise to pay, and it can be negotiated. So that's another thing that kind of pissed me off about Dr. Graves is he's talking mad shit about negotiable instruments. He doesn't know a fucking thing about negotiable. Or I don't think he's in this category, or he's trying to divert your attention off of it on purpose, which I don't think he's doing that. I really don't, because I've seen videos of him talking. But real quick, I wanted to say something about the jury thing, because we kind of ran off of that. When you guys are studying things and doing things, keep in mind, why would you want to go and talk about or think about or study about juries knowing there's almost no chance you'll ever see one? When you're new and you're trying to figure out where you want to go and what you want to think about and what you want to talk about, you should be looking at how applicable the information is. And if 95% of the time you're never going to see one, and even if you are part of that 5%, it won't be for 9, 12, 15 months, or fucking, in one of Joey's cases, 4, 5, 6 years from now before you're going to see one. You're already struggling enough to know what information you want to know and what you don't, and where you want to start and what you want to do. Fuck learning anything about juries. Forget about it. I mean, frankly, that was my feedback on what he had to say earlier, you know. And also, yes, go watch, if you want to know more about juries, just because you're curious, go watch some Netflix documentaries on the O.J. Simpson trial. Those are really fucking cool. Johnny Cochran's a fucking crazy fuck. Go watch those attorneys. They turned the courtroom into a goddamn crazy Judge Judy. And they're driving the emotions of the jury. They're fucking pounding on the table. And fucking, yeah, you can't, it's unbelievable. They turned the reason why the OJ case won, the reason why OJ won his case is because there was all this racial stuff that was going on at that time. So Johnny Cochran and his boys converted the whole case into a racist argument, which was the most, it's like as insane as the fucking slaughterhouse cases. And that's how they won the OJ case. By like literally all these presumptions got thrown across about race and racism that I swear to God had absolutely nothing to do with the situation at all whatsoever. They didn't rebut and handle those presumptions. Thus, the case became something racist. There was so much racial tension at that time. That's how he won the case. If you watch the documentaries, it's really fascinating. So with juries, you're just going to get up there and song and dance and punch the table, and you're going to become a preacher, basically, if you want to win over a jury, which is fucking Joey's favorite class of human beings. So, you know, you know, he was mentioning earlier, you know, juries, you know, they can't understand, they can't do facts, they can't, of course. But show me someone who can. Not to suck you off, but I think most people in this room are probably quite a bit more intelligent than your typical human being. So, being smart in a word like this does have its downsides, my friends, and the downside is you become fucking lonely and you can't talk to anyone. Hence, that's why you're here. Be honest.
True story.
So with that said, we'll get some more questions here.
As far as negotiable instruments, I went to a golfing place and tried to write, after I paid with my credit card, tried to write on there without recourse and then sign my name, and the computer said that it was too complicated of a signature. And I didn't know what to do after that, so I just wrote my name and went about with it. So is there a way, like, even getting free vehicles and stuff with the computer system, and they're trying to change all the signatures and stuff to e-signatures. to be able to write without recourse, without prejudice, and keep your everything intact, I guess.
Well, there's a couple things to that. I mean, first and foremost, yeah, of course, you can re-sign it over and over and over again. Oh, the computer didn't take it. Oh, what a bummer. Sign it the same fucking way.
Okay.
Oh, the computer didn't take it. Oh, what a bummer, man. That sucks. Sign it the same fucking way. Didn't work. Oh, damn, something wrong with the computer system. Let me try it again. Sign it the same fucking way. Just keep doing it until make them fucking say something. Yeah. Oh, man, maybe we should try something different. Oh, really? You think so?
Can we print it out with
Yeah,
paper?
no, let him say that. Oh, I can just do it in printer. Oh, really? You guys got paper? I mean, I'll sign this thing 400 more times if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. You know what I mean? Plus, keep in mind, even though you are releasing an instrument without recourse, keep in mind, a blank endorsed instrument that's not signed without recourse is still the same thing as cash. So without recourse means I'm never going to perform on the contract, plus, but I'm giving you this instrument which pays for everything, so you're okay. Even if you don't do without recourse and stuff, you can always still sue later. You still gave him an instrument, even though it's blank endorsed. When I hand you a Federal Reserve note, I'm handing you a blank endorsed instrument. Same fucking thing.
Hey, one thing to add to that, too, I think we forget this. You have 72-hour right of rescission on any signature you put forward in your state.
His problem was he couldn't get it in.
No,
Okay.
but he could still, let's just say he didn't sign it at all and it's just his signature. You could still now write out something after you and mail it in saying, hey, I'm rescinding the signature on April 15th. This is now replacing that signature with the proper endorsement that you want. I'd send it where whoever you were signing. Yeah, all of them.
Both. Everybody. And their mothers.
Point out your state statute there too that gives you, and the CFR, that I think it's Regulation Z or whatever. Give them with both the federal and the state to say, hey, I have 72-hour right of rescission in the state of Indiana, and here it is, and here's what happened on that. I'm anal about giving as much as I can to those who I want. So yeah, if it fucks up, I'm not gonna. Who cares about the keypad? That happens a lot in DMVs. I hear this a lot. So you leave, who gives a fuck? Then you send the letter to the DMV and say just what I just said, so you're good.
You could even say it was malfunctioning at the time. That's genius.
We needed to sue for if you were trying to do a vehicle and sign for that, and then sue them because the signatures not showing up as without recourse and it's not properly signed, and you talked about with Sonny. Yeah.
Well, we have a guy, Sonny's one, but we have another guy who actually has full-blown criminal. The DA actually picked up a fraud case. I don't know where it's at right now, but the DA actually picked up a fraud case on that. Yeah. I don't know where that's at right now, but yeah, that's a good question. I actually like that question. The real truth to a lot of these kind of questions too is that this is all brand new. No one's done any of this. I don't have all the answers for you, and nobody else has a fucking clue either. So keep that in mind. That's going to be the default answer for a lot of these kind of questions. But with that said, let's get some more questions on finances. Okay.
Yeah, so I have a question about, it has to do with my family case, but I talked to you yesterday, Brandon, and you're like, I'm just going to fucking sue everyone. And I was like, he's a fucking lunatic. But I sat with that. I knew the truth in that. I just had considered taking my case, but I just didn't know the pathway. And the statutory 1983 and 85 lawsuit just didn't really make sense to me. And so I was having a chat with ChatGPT, and what it helped me see was a lot of the landmark Supreme Court cases. Not only did they start off pro se, but they were constitutional tort complaints. Oh, cool. But outside of those cases, I don't know anyone that's doing anything like that. And I'm just kind of open to Joey, Brandon, anyone else who might have some experience around that.
Give me an overview. I was up here flirting with a good-looking young lady, bro. You cock-blocked me if I even started listening to you. So
I don't think I understand that. So the question is. There wasn't really a question there, my friend.
So the question is for one, do any of you have any experience going down that path? Because when I asked you about the federal thing, when it comes to family court, you're like, I don't know anyone. But I was just curious, maybe Joey, you have some when it comes to constitutional tort claims.
There's a tort claim for just about anything you want. So you're talking about family court issues?
No, it's deprivation of rights under the Constitution, because my son was never naturalized. He was no birth, no social security number, born at home. Mom takes off after 3 months, and social security number, birth certificate, vaccination, the whole thing. And I'm just like, I'm not in the system, haven't been. And I'm like, and then she took me to court. I did go to court. They ordered me to give him away or give him back within like an hour or two, because I was under threat and duress. They threatened the police would come. And so I never consented anything. There's no AOP, there's no birth certificate, there's no legal acknowledgement that I'm the legalized father. And so that's where the constitutional claim comes from. So it comes before any statute, and it's pure Constitution.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
it's deprivation
curious-
of rights. You said it right there, 42 U.S.C. 1983. But when they came for you is what I like to look at, and what were the grounds for the reasoning as to why they came for you. That's the thing a lot of people cannot articulate. So they had to have, they just don't rip fucking kids out of people's arms without some type of statutory authority or otherwise. And then that's where the 1983 comes in. They're doing it under color of law, and when you can wrap your head around that, that's where you get them, 9 times out of 9.
Yeah. Here, wait, one comment. So, yes, I agree, but under Texas statute, if their child or my son is under 3, they literally have discretion to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And there is no evidence of harm, no nothing. They just said, hey, you do not have rights, but I have natural rights. But the statutes are in direct conflict with constitutional law, and that's where lies the problem, because I have to get out of the family court into federal court in order for them to see that, because like literally they're like fucking Walmart workers that like they don't know anything about the fucking law
I know
other
that.
than the statute law.
We've been in Texas courts. We know 100% about that. So what I heard you just say is you're going to remove it to federal court, knowing now what.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Family court. For anyone, has
Fuck
anyone
that.
in here seen the documentary Divorce Corp? Divorce Corp, like corporation. That's a fucking shame. That is a goddamn shame. Everybody with notepads of any size, shape, or whatever, write down the documentary Divorce Corp. It's on YouTube, but isn't it kind of like a shitty quality? It's like a really, really awful. Spend the $4 or $5 to get the HD rental or whatever you need to do. Don't watch some shitty ass fucking 216 pixel piece of shit from 1993 on a fucking gateway. You know, don't do that. It's a really important documentary. I'm not giving you more than, one. So, just spend the HD, do the HD, get a good sound system, watch it maybe more than once. Family court is complete fucking bullshit. Every minute you spend inside of it, you literally might as well fucking kill yourself. I'm not kidding. I'm literally not even joking. Just hang yourself. Either leave family court and sue everybody in a federal court or someplace else, or fucking hang yourself. I'm serious. When you see Divorce Corp, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's literally not even fucking real. And people always say, oh, well, federal court's not real either. Fine. Even if I accepted that, which I don't know if I do, I don't know how I feel about that. Family court is not even a real court within what some people may think is all just fake courts already. Even the court, which is real or fake, says that family courts aren't even real. So why in the... If Uncle Bob, missing his teeth, said, come on down to my fucking tough shed, I got a jury, we gonna get this all settled, I heard you sent one of them negotiable instruments. You crazy sovereign citizen. You wouldn't show up. This guy's fucking crazy. Family court is bullshit, and you have to watch the documentary. That's why a lot of the family court questions, it's like you just get the same questions over and over again, and people start getting more and more emotional. Well, yeah, because you're dealing with, it's psychotic. It's a fucking insane asylum. It's not real. That's the problem. You got to get out. How do you get out? Well, work it out. Work out getting out. That's the answer.
What was that guy's name back there that was talking about family court? Steve? Hey, Steve. Hey, I wanted to introduce you to Sydney and Matthew real quick. I'm going to let Sydney tell a little bit about her situation, and then we're going to go over what we did this weekend. Okay?
Okay, so I'm Sydney.
Yeah, talk real loud.
Hi, I'm Sydney. I have a son that is in Alaska. I have a son that is in Alaska currently, and I am going through a family law court situation. The court's trying to take my son away, and I was pro se, I guess, for a while until I went to a domestic violence shelter, and they gave me an attorney that they said was going to be wonderful. They'll help me. There's no way that I could lose my son. She made sure to have my son get taken away from me very quickly.
She was self-interested in her career.
Yeah, she took another job opportunity and kind of just threw me under the bus.
Immediately after she lost your case.
Yes, and so after that I was devastated and I didn't understand what to do because I've never done any type of court things. I started just doing my own documents as much as I could, and then I met a man. I think he's 88, and he was a judge for 30 years, and prior to that he was a family law attorney for 25 years. He started to help me out with all the documents, and he looked through my case and assured me that I would never lose. There's no chance, and that I should just be confident that I will get him back. This must just be like a glitch. There must be something wrong. So he helped me out with the documents. They were perfect. You know, he was like typing them all out, and it was awesome. I was so grateful. He did all that for free for me as a friend. And so he was confident, and I was confident because he was confident, you know. And then we got denials after denials on all of my orders, and all the motions got denied, and he couldn't even comprehend that. He said that he was embarrassed to ever even be a judge at that point. He's never seen anyone lose as much as I did. I did move away from Alaska. I went to Oregon, and then after that California, because my ex was a stalker, but that's a long story. Though after that I met Cam through Quentin and Matthew, and he's been super helpful. Just the other night we stayed up, I think it was 1 a.m. for a couple hours, and I sent him all of my documents, and he ran it through. I think it was called Manus. There was a website thing, and it was awesome. He submitted all the documents, all the court stuff, and a couple hours later all the documents popped up, and he's helping me throughout all this stuff. So I feel so much more confident that everything's going to turn around, and I'm so grateful for Cam for everything that he's done. And yeah, I know that everything's going to be okay. And I'm glad to have met all of you guys. You're also awesome. So thank you.
Now, Steve, what I want to point out here is the aspect that we work together with our people. You see what I'm saying? And so when you're like, oh, well, what do I do? What do I do? Bro, that's what we do. Oh my God, it's not showing up. Why is it not showing up? Hold on. So what we do is we develop these documents in very great detail beyond anybody else. As far, like literally, bro, we killing it out here. So what you'll notice is for her situation, what she did is she's just submitted where she's at in her court case, gave me her situation. We got the answers or orders that are coming back from the judge, and then we start formulating using advanced prompts. ChatGPT is shit now. She's actually at the bottom of the list, just so you know. They did some updates last Wednesday and brought in 03 model. She ain't shit compared to 01. They've intentionally stifled ChatGPT. And I can prove it, but I'm not gonna go into that right now. But what we got going on is a motion for reconsideration with supporting documents, and as you'll see, this is gonna be submitted by her with all of her information. And then you'll see just all of the contents and then everything that we're doing in a really high legalese, advanced persona, sui juris aspect, right? And this is just like one document of several. So you'll see we have cover pages, we have our motion for a reconsideration already ready and prepared, very detailed and in great depths. If I had more time, I'd read through some of these so you can understand actually just how deep they are in relation to the doctrines that we're invoking, which is really huge because I think one of the things that we mainly forgot about is invoking doctrines, like, and how important those doctrines are, those maxims, those canons. Like, 80% of what the bar card attorneys actually end up learning is seriously just procedure, bro. Like, it's all procedure. And we go in and we always want to argue, oh yeah, I know I got this and I got that and I got that. But if you just hit them with a doctrine or two, you're going to discombobulate them all the way. So, like with her situation, what did you get? Where are you currently at right now? What's the situation?
My child custody?
Well, yeah, like what did you get last?
There were two different things. They just told me that I have not been following the court orders and not submitting any of the my income, and I actually submitted it 2 times to the court, and the one time they told me that I incorrectly submitted it because I didn't give it to the secretary of my my son's father's attorney, and so I had to submit it again, and then they continuously said, oh, you still haven't submitted any income verification, and I'm like, I did it 2 times, so I'm not, they just don't read anything. I know that it was 26 pages, but they asked me for a lot of things. I was very brief, and I did everything that they told me to do, but they're still denying, and yeah, that's what's going on.
Yeah.
They make so many errors on their, they couldn't even spell her name right.
So as you'll notice, yeah, we do like the supplemental declaration of Sydney and support. And I mean, we're really developing these things and very quickly on a more advanced aspect. And that's because like Joey was saying, you got to know how to prompt these things. You got to know how to set it up. Once you know how to set it up, which is what we teach, then you get in here and you start to understand how to apply it, right? So it's not just developing the documents in and of itself, but then actually, like here, let me show y'all one more example. So like, this is just a little bit different, but it's for somebody else's situation. But what we do is we like to make sure that any hearing that you're going into, you're fully prepared all the way so that you know a hypothetical script on several different possible scenarios that could happen in the court, so that way you're not just discombobulated like, oh, I'm going into court and I don't know what to do, right? So we develop a lot of mock situations as far as court is concerned, where you have the judge and you have the prosecutor and then yourself, and then answering those on policies and procedures and rules, so that way you don't get you're not getting hicked up by like what the prosecutor may say. And it's not just in like one scenario. It's like, okay, the judge may go this way or the judge may go that way, and we're constantly preparing ourselves very deeply in the most advanced way possible, so that way, again, we're learning how to become attorneys, in fact, for real. Not just getting the documents, but actually learning and understanding the doctrines and how to apply them. I mean, who else could speak on this? Joe? Yeah, Joe, come on up real quick. I'm going to let Joe talk on this real quick, because Joe's been in the Operation Wise Zone for quite a while now as well. And, like, dude's, like, hella beneficial to everything we're doing. And, yeah, hold on one second. Let him go ahead, Joe.
Okay, yeah, so I have a couple cases that I'm helping my kids with, and one of them is, we haven't really followed court procedures in... Oh, sorry about that. Okay. I've been helping my kids with some of their court cases. They have traffic tickets, so nothing like custody cases. But anyway, my daughter, for example, I don't know if you have Discord up here, but my daughter has a court case. Hers was a speeding ticket, and we went through the whole process. We have the court transcript. I hired a court reporter to get the transcript. I loaded that into the AI model, And with the prompts that we've developed, that Cam really has developed, that I kind of just copied, with the prompts that Cam has developed for ChatGPT, I loaded that up in there. I loaded the whole scenario of the case, the timeline. You want to put in the details of, what happened on such and such date, what happened here, what the court said, load up the transcript into ChatGPT, and then form a rebuttal. And the rebuttal that this formed, we're now going to actually send notice to the, I forget her name. She works for the county clerk, like in the collections unit. So we're sending notice to the agent of the collections unit and putting them on notice with a rebuttal to the presumption of debt that they're making against my daughter, who is standing on her rights to travel upon public roads and highways. And so the rebuttal, Cam, I don't know if you're in the Discord, if you have that up, you want to pull up Juliet's channel. I just want to, if you want to pull up that.
Case 1, is she in 2 or 1?
No, it's the collective one.
Okay, collective?
Yeah, expand that one.
Okay.
And then.
Okay, boom.
Yeah, I don't mind letting it go. But because they're persistent, I'm going to respond. So you always want to remain in honor.
Which one?
This one. It's the last one.
Okay.
Pull up the.
Overleaf?
Yeah, the overleaf document. Yeah, go ahead and hit join. So anyway, so this document is really was developed using Cam's ChatGPT prompts, loading all the details of the court. And then along with the transcript, because the transcript she has in there where she's standing on her rights. And so this affidavit of non-consent, rebuttal of presumed debt, and notice of fault and opportunity to cure. So my daughter Juliet is responding to Kimberly Gross, who's whatever her name is, who's a collection specialist. So makes the preliminary statement, the rebuttal of claims and rights. And now she's going to have to rebut this. And if they continue to harass her, we're making a record of everything that they're doing and that she's doing, so that if it does get escalated, well, we have all of our, just like Joey says, we have everything documented and in a record that now we can have some kind of a remedy to deal with for the harassment that's going on. So.
You want to say anything else?
So this is for me personally, I feel like to go through the whole procedural process, it kind of ticks me off a little bit because, I just want to be left alone, and, I don't hurt people, I don't take their stuff, so why are you bothering me with these, statutes? And so for probably 3 other tickets that I have that, my son, my wife, and I have, I didn't really go through all of this. I just went up into court, made my statements, and left it at that. So I do have some open tickets, and I hope that they escalate that, because now I'm ready to, put the target on their back with these procedures. And so well, I forget where I was going with this, but yeah. So I didn't care about procedures. But now with this, with the process that I learned from Operation Wise Dome and what Cam has put together, it empowers me to put these notices into their court, so that they have that you're just basically putting them on notice, and you're ready to go to war for your rights, and that's really what it is. So. Oh yeah. Hey, thank you. Great job.
All right, so I was asked to come up and speak. I have met a few people here throughout the weekend, and I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. A little closer? How's that? All right, here we go. So over the past probably 5 years, my wife and I, some of my family members, we've been in the process of moving into the private, doing kind of the self-training type of thing. And over that period, did a ton of studying, and that included stuff like, has anybody heard of the Sovereign's Way class? Yep. Knowledge share? Great. Yep. It's absolutely fantastic. I do recommend it for anybody. Did that, and my wife and I had a business that that we started, I designed and built for her a distillery and restaurant. And over the period of time, this went through COVID and a bunch of other stuff, which really instigated our activity. And kind of learning about your rights, standing on your rights. We stayed open during COVID. We were one of the few in the area that actually did that. So, and
Make them wear masks.
nope, it was totally optional. Totally optional. And my wife could explain it a lot better. She gets really passionate about it. But this was in Pennsylvania. We had the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board come in twice. We told them as soon as they came in that they were going to be recorded. If they could find any law violations, we'd be happy to hear about them. After the second time, he kind of left really nervous and stuff and left us alone after that. So it was really quite interesting. Anyway, needless to say, the whole COVID thing was very difficult for a lot of people. We ended up picking up some partners. It's a long story. My daughter was the master distiller for our restaurant, for the distillery side of the business. And she found some people that wanted first to poach her, because she had started to get a name for herself. And she turned that down, but she saw the opportunity to do contract manufacturing for them. Anyway, over a period of about a year of negotiations, we decided to do a partnership. Worst mistake we ever made. Let's just say that they were not the greatest people. I had just finished the Sovereign's weight class. We had recently finished all of our documentation on record for standing, deed of reconveyance, certificate of assumed name, all that stuff to make sure that you're just verifying that, oh, you can't presume this stuff. We did mandatory notice, which we do and provide for anybody we send a notice out to. So they're getting notice of liability immediately. And yep, so it's kind of standard practice for us. We just did it. So, and all this is on our own. We figured all this out on our own. But needless to say, long story short, due to some misleading accounting on some of their people that they hired in one of their other companies unassociated with our company that fraudulently cooked the books, then accused my wife of stealing money, and it goes on and on and on. The first thing I did, as soon as I got the first letter, I sent a notice. They sent a second email, I think it was about a week later. I had already had my second notice done. Every 7 days, send a notice, send a notice. The notice was, I'm calling you out as a man. You need to tell me exactly how I harmed you. However, if I did, here's the remedy. And would love to offer remedy back to you in honor. However, I do believe this is trespass, and if it continues without proof, I will consider it trespass. Did it as an escalating series of notices, building my evidence. Long story short, that went through 7 notices, including a notice of forgiveness, all in the private, documenting all of the actual transactions, providing all that information, all with no rebuttal. 0. I called out the attorney directly, 3 notices, no rebuttal. Called out their new attorney once they decided to file a claim, did the same thing. Needless to say, this has gone on now for about 3 years. I have developed a huge portfolio of information. It also includes all the UCC stuff, SEC violations, federal code of conduct violations. They break their own rules constantly. They cite them while they're breaking them. It's hilarious. And you call them right back out on their same codes. What I've done is a little different. It's a merge of what everybody's doing here, Joey, Cameron, Brandon, and basically what I'm doing is I'm calling them out as men right out of the gate. I'm piercing the corporate veil, saying, now it's unique. We had no employment agreements. We had no executive role. So we had primary fiduciary responsibility from everybody else. So they actually owe us, from moment one, the highest fiduciary duty. And this gets into restatement of contracts, SEC violations, calling them out for bond stuff. They actually changed, they changed the names on our case partway through that they were naming us as defendants. Called them out on that, never rebutted it. So I've got a case file that we did last week that's about this big. We actually moved the venue, did an improper venue, moved the venue because trespass followed us to the new venue. It's quite extensive. I do have to thank Brandon for some of his UCC stuff because I was just learning that myself when I came across his stuff last year. And I started doing the same thing as Cameron's doing with ChatGPT, where you go through all this prompt activity, and it takes a while because it lies to you all the time. But once you get it set up, it's amazing what you can generate. Now you have to check it all, and it constantly tries to throw the wrong terms in, so you got to read everything and read it again and read it again. But I have a lot of stuff that could probably help a lot of people. I'm in the process right now of actually updating some of my filing. One of the things you do in Honor, you find any errors, you immediately go refile and correct any of your errors. You note it that you're doing it in Honor to make sure the record's clean. There's so many little details that you need to do to make sure that you're in Honor. That's the biggest thing that regardless of the outcome, you can go to sleep at night. So in any event, Cameron was saying that he asked me to come on next week. In this process, I'm kind of weird. My wife says I'm the only person she knows that creates presentations for myself. So, and I do it just to organize information. So I have tons of stuff. Next Saturday, I think I'm going to be on Cam's show, and we're going to go through some of my stuff, and then I have tons and tons of training stuff. We actually do local training in West Virginia. I have a common law group that I'm doing training to. I have a whole presentation on taxes, the entire system, the history, how the Bureau started, all that stuff. I have a whole thing now on trusts. I have a whole thing on the UCC code, how to properly endorse. Also, everybody's talking about the car thing. Nobody's doing it right. Just hate to tell you. You never go for the loan, ever. It's a private sales agreement. It is the dealership's responsibility to take that properly endorsed sales agreement to get collected on. But that's a whole nother conversation. And you should make it out to the dealership. Never make it out to yourself. That's just selfish. It's totally wrong. That's just my opinion, but I feel it's totally wrong. You make it out to the dealership. You want the economy to keep going. So there's a lot of little details there, but I have tons of this stuff, so I'll be happy to share it with everybody. So. Oh, yeah.
So next Saturday at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, he's going to be with us in Operation Wise Dome. We normally go about 3 hours, but we might have to pull an Eddie Craig with him and go about 7 to 8. So y'all just be prepared. If you're in the Discord, you'll know. You'll have the link.
I do have a Substack also, by the way. Yeah. I do have a Substack. It's shirenews.substack.com. I have tons of articles on there. It starts with history. I'm very much like Cameron. I enjoy. What's that? SHIRENEWS.substack.com. And it'll come up, it'll say Shire Herald. You do not have to pay anything. You can go on, read all of it for free. I do not close out any of my information. I don't think that's right. Just because this has been hidden from everybody doesn't mean it should be hidden from you. SHIRENEWS.substack.com.
That's Lord of the Rings,
Shire. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you go into the history of, that is correct. Yep, if you go into the history of shires, it's actually a real thing, and the hundreds back in England. So back before the Norman conquest, etc. But
y'all give a round of applause for my boy. Woo! All right, that's one round of applause. Now I'm gonna need a second round of applause.
Huge, right here, huge round of applause.
Yeah. Yo, Quentin, stand up. Kate, stand up. We got Matthew and Sydney back here.
Big applause.
Yo, they've been helping out so much throughout this whole thing. Like, I could not have done this without them. And I just want to say thank you. So I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Go ahead, Brendan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this brings us to the close of our fucking shithole event. So the thing is that we've been asked to get everybody out of here by 6 o'clock. So it might seem a little bit of abrupt, but I feel like we got to a lot of the conversations and stuff. I think Joey did send you a link to the Facebook group. Has anybody gotten that, or anybody seen that there's a Facebook group that was made for this event? The link is broken, but you can search for the group in Facebook. All right, we're all fucked. So apparently it's private. I don't know who set it up, but anyways, I put a hilarious meme in there. It's got the guy who's like this, and he's got a police hat on, and it says, when the cop's looking to break out your windows or some shit. It was fucking hilarious. Anyways, hopefully we can get that fixed and get you guys into it, and then, yeah, that's it. So fucking big round of applause for all you guys for being here. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.